All right, we're here. We're gonna do some things. Um, I'm not sure if anyone's here yet. If you're here, let me know, because like I could just start reading, but I'd rather people be here. You know, hi Bambi. No one was even popping up on the stream avatars until literally you said I'm here. um, yeah, I started making announcements and everything, and I'm just like, all right, let's see who shows up. Legends of Mythos is here. Yeah, I'm spying on you and my stream avatars on the stream. It's thundering and lightning bad here now. We haven't had any storm issues here. Looks like that shit just bypassed us and went straight to you all. But you know what? I am going to cover up with my blanket and let's get settled in. You know what's going on here? My music is not coming through my headphones. What is this nonsense? Hold on. I'm going to do this. You're not going to be able to hear my music because I'm not listening to royalty-free music, and it hasn't been working anyway. But music helps me get through the night without thinking, oh my god, I'm only listening to myself. So it's a psychological thing. I need something else going. So I'm going to listen to some Hans Zimmer and Christopher Nolan film soundtracks while I read. But how are y'all doing tonight? Hope everything is well. I'm waiting for iTunes to do its thing here. Alright, let's see here. Is it gonna work now? Yes. Cool. Glad things are going well. So, we are going to conclude Teddy tonight. It's gonna be a thing. Because otherwise it'll be August before we finish this. And I really want to start Wake in August after the wedding and everything else. I think that'll be the perfect time to just go straight into it. So we're definitely going to do a thing tonight and read about 100 pages and find out how Teddy ends, for those of you who don't know. Quest, how are you doing tonight? Everything's going well here. We are settling in. I'm going to be reading the last 100 pages or so of my novel Teddy. And we are going to set things up to where I can start reading my second novel, Wake, in August, because I'm not going to be able to come back to reading until after, because next Saturday, yes, we did get Christy's car. Pretty much by the time I talked to Mom again about AAA and things, we had already come home from getting our car and everything else. All that's taken care of. But here's the breakdown for how things are going to go. So we're going to finish Teddy tonight. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, you're going to be lost. I'm sorry. Awesome. Thank you, Quest. I really appreciate it. Riptide, how are you doing tonight? But we're going to finish the last 100 pages of Teddy and figure out how Teddy gets the hell out of this situation. Next weekend on Saturday, I am going to be at my bachelor party at Universal Studios. So I'm not going to be reading or streaming that night. The Saturday after that, I'm planning on doing a Jackbox stream. Saturday after that, I'm going to be on my honeymoon. So it'll probably be the Saturday after that we get to Wake. So that'll be probably second weekend of August, because the first weekend will be honeymoon. So fun times. But I'm glad y'all are here. Quest, thank you for being here. Riptide, I'm glad you've dropped in. Good seeing you, sir. Thank you. I'm really excited. We were actually taking a little bit of time today and trying to get at least some of our wedding stuff together in one centralized place. Because like we're working pretty much almost straight through to that week. So we were going to need a little bit of time there. Okay, fair enough. You should still be able to keep me up though, luckily. So, did you ever get a Roku in your room out of curiosity? Um, Depending on the version of the Roku, you might be able to download the Twitch app on there. Oh, no Roku. Okay. Well, living room TV, you should be able to download the Twitch app too and be able to watch through your TV. Worst case scenario, like if your phone dies or something like that. Just for future reference. That might make it easier on mom on nights like these if she wants to see what's going on. So, you just can't chat that well through the TV, obviously. So, that's a thing to keep in mind. But the text is going to come up backward because, oh no, it actually is doing proper. So, Teddy, we are... I gotcha. Well, I was just saying, just in case. But yeah, we're about that far through. So we got a big chunk still, but we're in the thick of it now. So, what was that Stream Elements just said? I totally didn't have the chat screen. Oh, it's talking about me prepping Black Tie White News, which it's actually out now. I need to update that. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started with the things, because I could just talk for a while and it would take even longer to get through this. So, we're gonna start with chapter 56, A. Noah was nice enough to close the door behind me, but I was dismayed to find there was no lock on this side. While the house might have originally featured locks on the doors, I doubted any of the doors on this floor had any, except for maybe the basement door. Of course, any rooms down there would have locks. I suspected as soon as the newness wore off, once they grew bored of me, I would be ushered away into the dungeons, where I would be kept until the time came for them to finish me off. I knew they meant to kill me. They hadn't done so yet, but the time would come when they would both sit down and have a conversation and determine whether or not it was time for me to meet my maker. The method wasn't important, unless they were into ritualistic sacrifices. That was still a possibility, I hated to admit, but otherwise I doubted I had to worry about something entirely sadistic or painful. No, I'd have to eventually worry about something quiet, something they would deem merciful. I hurried to the toilet, pulling my pants down so I could take care of both avenues of business and check my surroundings. That's how we're opening tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're opening with Teddy pissing and shit, because that's what we do. I didn't think about where we were leaving off last time. I just knew it was a good cliffhanger moment, and then first chapter, piss and shit, right off the bat. This is me we're talking about. No one should be surprised, especially if you know me. But yeah, we know what's up. A small window was positioned above the mirror, but it was only 3.5 inches vertical. While it would not afford escape, it would provide another view of the outside world. During my escort to the bathroom, I glanced out the floor-to-ceiling windows adjacent to the kitchen. Beyond, the earth receded from the house down to a lake. The house was located above a cove. Across the water, the opposite shore rose steeply. The rock face ascended almost as high as the house before leveling out. I suspected it would take an experienced climber to scale it. When I was finished with business, I rose, intentionally delaying flushing the toilet, and set the lid down. The shackles would prevent me from stepping directly up onto the toilet and the counter, so I had to move in stages. I pivoted my legs toward the shower. keeping my feet together and squeezing the chains between my shoes so as to prevent them from clanking and jingling. I pressed down on the counter and propelled my body up, scooting my legs forward until I could rock back onto my feet. The shackles jingled a little then, and I hesitated, stealing a brief glance at the door. Now or never, I thought, and rested my knees on the counter. I pulled myself forward, pivoting my legs out over the floor. I got as close to the window as I dared without knocking over any of their health and beauty supplies. It was hard to see through such a limited space, but the window slide afforded me enough of a view to confirm what I already knew about the back of the house's immediate surroundings. I was about to climb down when I noticed something down by the water. The tip of whatever it was protruded just into my field of view, and I craned forward, struggling to see it. A knock came at the door. "Hurry up in there!" Noah, of course. "Just a second," I replied, turning my head sideways, pushing my nose against the glass, struggling to make it out. It looked to be a structure of some sort. I puzzled about it in a moment, but the answer, of course, was obvious. It was a boathouse. "I'm giving you to the count of 3, Teddy, then I'm coming in there." I turned away from the window, eyeing the door nervously. 1. I began descending from the counter, moving quietly yet quickly as I squeezed my feet together as tightly as possible. There was no chance I'd make it back to the toilet in time, so I had to lower myself down this way. The counter creaked a bit beneath me, and I cringed, my eyes darting back to the door. 2. I set my feet on the floor and, waddling, approached the toilet and lifted the seat, simultaneously yanking my pants to my ankles. I plopped my ass down and reached over to tear a bit of toilet paper off the roll for the sake of appearances. I took a deep breath to calm myself. 3! The door swung open and Noah barged in, gun in one hand. I looked up at him, a wad of toilet paper in hand, fully exposed. It was an embarrassing moment for me, but it was better than being caught snooping and scheming. I summoned up a bit of righteous venom and demanded, "Do you mind?" Noah's eyes narrowed. "Shouldn't take you that long to take a shit." "I'm constipated, if you must know," I retorted. "I've had a very trying few days and my nerves are shot. You'd have trouble taking a dump too if you were in my shoes." Noah stood there for a long moment, looking me directly in the eye, because to look anywhere else would lead to an eyeful of something he most likely did not want to see. Outside, beyond my field of view, Jill said, "You want to hold his hand? Give the man some effing privacy." That got him moving. "You've got 2 minutes, he said, backpedaling out the door, and shut it behind him. Once he was out, I exhaled in relief. So, I kind of have a rule with the Teddy books, because Teddy never says the word fuck. It's just one of those, like, character quirks, and since he's the one telling the story, he kind of, like, flubs or changes things when people actually say fucking or something along those lines, or even when he says it, because odds are he does, he just doesn't relay it in the memoir. So this line where Jill's like, give the man some effing privacy, I mean, she might have said effing. I mean, it fits her character. But did she really? I'm not even sure. That's one of those things where it's just like, it could be the actual line, or it could be the other way. It's kind of left open to interpretation. Chapter 57. A. When I opened the bathroom door, Noah stood directly across the hall, looking positively miffed. He scrutinized me, arms crossed, tapping a single finger against the gun's trigger guard. After he was done sizing me up, he waved me on, back toward the living room. I kept my head down as I walked, but I let my eyes wander. Now that I was not being escorted on either side down the narrow hallway, I was able to pay more attention without fear of reprisal. Yes, Noah was behind me, but he couldn't know what I was looking at unless I visibly moved my head. To the left, I saw a bedroom through a door that had been left ajar. The marginal viewing angle did not allow me to deduce much about the room, but I did catch a brief glimpse of a large bed, a king by the looks of it, with an extravagant canopy. It looked like something you would expect to find in the private chambers of royalty. As we reached the living room, I briefly considered an act of revolt. This thought was short-lived, however, for I knew any resistance on my part would be met with a well-placed bullet to thwart my efforts. Nothing lethal, I suspected, but enough to put me on the floor, writhing in pain. Besides, shackled as I was, I seriously doubted I would make an easy escape. Beyond the kitchen, I glimpsed a dining area, the centerpiece of which was a massive oak table that looked like it belonged more in a Viking dining hall than in any modern-day home. Noah led me to the table, indicating for me to sit in one of the remaining chairs. I was loath to occupy a chair identical to the one I'd been in most of the day, but it did not seem as if he had any intention of taking me down again just yet. I sat down and rested my cupped hands upon the table. Noah sat across from me and set the firearm on the table before him. He studied me, and I returned his gaze, wondering if we were about to engage in some silly staring contest. The stakes? I win, I go free. I lose, I get a bullet in the brain. It might not be logical, but the realm of crazy has its own sort of sense if you get right down to it. When Noah finally spoke, it was with a calm, detached demeanor that reminded me a bit too much of the pod people from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I've always liked a good story. I would like for you to tell me about the last night at the Robertsons. Why? Because I'm inquisitive and I'd like to hear your side of the story. I sat back. The muscles in my back protested against being in a hard chair again after such a brief respite. But there was nothing to be done about it just yet. I turned the keyword of that sentence, your, over in my mind, prodding and analyzing it, although there wasn't much to find in it other than the obvious implication. He already knew one side of the story, and I could guess whose it was. Noah stole a glance at his gun. Tell me, and tell me the truth. I know you've gotten used to spilling your fabrications while you've been on the road. I want you to treat your time here like a confession. With you as my priest? Noah smiled. I scoffed. I'd rather take what sins I have to the grave. I'm the one with the gun, remember? It was not a question. If you're going to kill me, you would have done it already. Whether I tell you now or not, it doesn't matter. You intend to keep me here for some time. Noah's eyes narrowed. You think you understand your predicament so well, don't you? Aspects of it. The whole puzzle is still a bit of a mystery, but I'm piecing it together, slowly but surely. How's that working out for you? I'm missing some major pieces, but I've still got the gist, I think. Noah snatched the gun off the table with the speed of an expertly trained assassin. The whisper of a silenced gunshot sounded, and my arm flared with an exquisite ache as the bullet pierced my bicep. A loud thwack rang hollowly as the round buried itself in the thick back of the chair. Eyes wide, I inhaled a deep breath through clenched teeth, and with it I seemed to invite the fire as the wound seeped pain, which raced into my nerves like a wave of napalm right on the heels of my initial shock. I leaned to my left, favoring my wounded arm, and I looked to the floor as the blood soaked through my short sleeve and began to drip upon it. Noah was standing now, firearm still in his right hand, aimed directly at me. He leaned forward, planting one hand flat against the tabletop. When I turned back from my wounded arm to repay his gaze, I saw his face was just as passive as it had been before he'd gone for the gun. He hadn't so much as flinched, when he put the bullet in me. "You will tell me," he said. "Of that, I have no doubt." He circled the table then, approaching me, and reared his leg up. I saw his intent just before he drove his leg forward, and I leaned away from the arm of the chair, narrowly avoiding having my hand smashed between his shoe and the hardwood. The kick drove the chair into an arc, pushing it away from the table. Noah grasped me by my shot bicep, and I howled as he drove his thumb into the wound. He hauled me out of the chair. The shackles didn't allow me to step fast or far enough to keep stride with him, and I stumbled, nearly fell. It was only by sheer force of will I managed to remain on my feet. Into the living room once more, I saw the chair to which I had been duct taped had been turned around. Jill sat in it now, and she watched me coolly, like a disinterested queen looking over her court, because she has nothing better to look at. I remembered the expression she and Noah had both worn when I first met her, and not for the first time in my life I was amazed by the mask people often wear. The door to the basement level was wide open. The dark descent loomed beyond the threshold, beckoning me as Noah ushered me toward it. "Think about it a while," Noah whispered venomously in my ear, leading me to the door. Then, at the same moment he released my arm, he shoved me square in the back with his free hand. I tipped forward and fell into the darkness. Each hit, as I fell down the stairs, brought a fresh wave of agony on my already strained body. I tumbled, like shoes in a dryer, bouncing with hard impacts until I reached the landing at the bottom and crashed against yet another door. Far above, I could see the illuminated doorway and Noah standing in it. My teeth were tightly clenched to hold back the tremendous exclamation that was sure to come, that I knew I wouldn't be able to restrain for much longer. And then it burst out of my chest, up through my throat, and spewed from my mouth like an eruption from the top of a volcano. Noah must have been waiting for my howl of pain, because it was then that he shut me in the dark. Chapter 58. B. McGee Tyson Airport is located outside of Knoxville's primary hub, out on a 4-lane tract of road known as Alcoa Highway. This roadway leads out of Knox County and into Blunt, to the city of Marable. This stretch is known to the locals as the Airport Motor Mile due to the profuse gathering of car dealerships that populate either side of the highway. Same difference. I navigated the Gran Torino into the airport's short-term parking and found the closest space I could to the main doors. The passenger loading-unloading area was mainly empty this evening, but there was still some coming and going foot traffic. After I burned Doyle's manuscript, I stopped by the University Center on UT campus and purchased an orange cap with a white T adorning its front from the bookstore. The hat was more of an effort on my part to blend in than it was to avoid recognition. If I looked like a local, I would be less apt to draw attention to myself. To my knowledge, I had never met Noah Parkman. I worked the brim of the hat, bending it and curling it in an effort to make it look used. There is an art to subtlety, and if something looks freshly store-bought, it probably is. Even the slightest signs of wear go a long way, even if the hat itself is perfectly clean and bright enough to have been picked right off the rack only minutes before. Once I was satisfied with the look of the cap, I put it on. I checked my appearance in the mirror, tucking tufts of hair behind my ear. I adjusted the hat somewhat, squeezed the sides of the brim together a bit more, then exited the vehicle. The airport's interior is comprised of 2 floors. The top level is where most of the action is. The ticket counters are located there, as are most of the gift shops and offices. The lower floor is where baggage claim and rental car agencies are located. Before the events of 9/11, anyone who entered an airport could walk right up to the boarding and departure gates. Loved ones would say hello and goodbye there, and copious amounts of tears were shed no matter what the case was. Nowadays, though, you can't get close to the actual gate unless you have a boarding pass. Therefore, there was no need to ascertain from which gate the passengers of Flight 179 would be disembarking. A long central concourse that overlooked the airfield extended from the rear of McGee Tyson's primary building. A security checkpoint manned by TSA agents was erected at the far end of the concourse, just before it connected with the smallest structure, which housed the departure gates. Halfway across the course, I leaned against one of the external support pillars, positioning myself behind an excited Korean family. They each uttered constant syllable strings of rapid-fire speech I doubted I could have followed had they been speaking English. I couldn't even differentiate individual words, let alone the beginnings and ends of sentences. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and waited. I stood there for half an hour, during which the Koreans left, when their relative, a son, a brother, a father, arrived and were replaced by a raven-haired beauty with piercing blue eyes and lips that could give Angelina Jolie a run for her money. We exchanged a smile, but otherwise she largely ignored me, and that was fine with me. I needed to keep an eye out for my quarry, after all. Another trickle of disembarking passengers finally bypassed security. A handsome young man approached Miss Raven. She all but leaped into his arms and wrapped her legs around his waist. They kissed passionately as he spun around in a circle, each of them savoring their reunion. It was like something out of a movie based on a Nicholas Sparks novel. I felt a brief pang for a connection like that. Of course, my necessary lifestyle automatically demands induced isolation. My condition is deteriorative for the people around me. It would be wrong of me to subject unsuspecting lovers and neighbors to such a menace for extended periods of time. Yet, all the same, I've heard it before, and I'm sure if the you I refer to so often in this manuscript is indeed someone other than myself, then you have surely heard it as well. The heart wants what the heart wants. It wants love, not only the giving, but reciprocity as well. What could I give, though? Could I genuinely offer someone a healthy relationship while I touch the lives of those around me with such negativity? My very presence was an invading cancer cell, spreading out with numbing feelers to steal away the dreams of the unsuspecting. The only reciprocity I feared I was capable of on a long-term basis was the gift of prolonged insomnia. I squashed the thought. Now is not the time for romantic longing or self-pity. As the newly returned lover set his raven-haired girl down, I saw no apartment amidst the line of people. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder, and I could tell from its design it was meant for the easy transportation of a notebook computer. As he approached, he pulled a cell phone from his pocket and placed a call. I never looked directly at him, following his movements in my peripheral vision. I didn't turn to pursue him until he was already past and I was out of his field of vision. I kept my distance, nonchalantly blending into the crowd. I have tailed plenty of people in the past, and I'd like to think I've gotten pretty damn good at pulling it off without exposing myself. Unlike many of the other recent arrivals, he did not follow the crowd to baggage claim downstairs. Instead, he walked right out of the terminal and across the main lobby floor, making a beeline for the front doors. I found the absence of additional baggage intriguing. His trip, whether this was the destination or the home end of his journey, had obviously been planned either on the fly or as a short visit. I hung back, lingering around the entrance to one of the gift shops, watching as he approached the doors. He was reaching for the nearest door when I noticed him hesitate. He froze, phone still at his ear, and slowly began to pivot around. His eyes scanned the chamber, moving from person to person until his gaze met mine, locked onto mine, and he offered a grim smile. My heart rate accelerated, eyes widened. A swarm of people passed between us, and in their wake, he mouthed 3 words. I see you. Then he turned and exited the building. Bear with me, I'm just checking something real quick. Let's see here. All right. Chapter 59. B. My mind reeled as I pursued him, suddenly throwing caution to the wind as I crossed the floor and stepped out into the warm day beyond the terminal. How had he known I was there, or that I was there for him? The look in his eyes, there was something about them. He hadn't been one bit surprised, like he had been expecting me. Not just anyone, but me. Just up the curb, Noah slipped into the passenger seat of a red Mazda 3. The vehicle itself was ordinary, save for the bumper sticker just above the exhaust pipe. Do not meddle in the affairs of dragons, for you are crunchy and taste good with ketchup. I caught a glimpse of Noah talking to the driver as the vehicle pulled away from the curb. I wasted no time. I sprinted across the road, barely avoiding a nasty collision with a vehicle in the process, and propelled myself over the concrete divider at the other side of the road. I hurried to my vehicle. Inside, I fumbled with the keys and, in my desperation, nearly dropped them on the floorboard. I cursed in frustration, Noah's knowing eyes and fiendish smile rising in my mind's eye, as I attempted to slide the key into the ignition once more. I see you. I found the ignition, started the engine, and threw the transmission into reverse. I checked to make sure I wouldn't hit anyone before I gunned the gas, whipping the Gran Torino around before slamming the stick shift into first gear. There was a bark of tires on concrete as I took off, and I quickly shifted to second. I was convinced I'd already lost them, and I realized just how unprepared for this I had actually been. Had I not been concentrating on driving, I probably would have committed a facepalm. This had clearly been a two-person job, but no, I'm a loner and have to do everything by myself. I sped out of the parking area, only slowing once I approached the pay booth. Of course, I was parked for over half an hour, so I was further delayed when I had to hunt for enough loose change to pay the parking fee. By the time I rolled away, I was certain I'd blown any chance I had of tailing Mr. Parkman and getting to the bottom of this whole mess. I was wrong. The Mazda 3 was parked at the curb just around the corner. The passenger door was open, and Noah was leaning against the rear quarter panel, watching and waiting. I almost wished I had lost him for good, for now I knew I really was in deep. Not only was this man a maniac, he was unpredictable and knew things he couldn't know. A single word came to mind then. It was not one I wanted to consider, but I knew in all honesty I had no choice. If I could collect the thoughts and memories of others in my sleep, then that meant this other possibility was just as plausible. My stomach lurched. Noah waved, wiggling his fingers at me tauntingly, and for a long moment I could not decide what I should do. I could not simply bring the vehicle to a stop here, in the middle of the road, and face them now. Nor could I call for help. As I have explained before, I do not carry a cell phone. Perhaps I should seriously consider doing so. As I rolled on ahead, my left bicep began to throb. Then my entire body began to ache as if every fiber of muscle in my body had been drained of its energy and left atrophied. In my rearview mirror, Noah got back into the Mazda. The vehicle pulled away from the curb. The advocate for dragons was following me now, and although I couldn't see their faces, I knew his psychic passenger must have been grinning in delectable delight at my new predicament. Chapter 60. A. I lost consciousness at some point. How long I was down in the dark before I succumbed to the sensory blackout is a mystery to me, as is how long I was out of contact with the waking world. I do remember my dream, though. In dreams, it is my experience that the beginning is never known. A dream, like a story, begins in medias res. There is always backstory, but whether or not it is revealed later is subjective to the tale. Sometimes the backstory resides in actual memories, as did the truth behind Aunt Merle's death and zombie resurrection, the dream I experienced at the rest area after I left the Desert Springs Hotel. In this dream, I walk an isolated desert road at twilight. A tumble of russet thistle bounces in the breeze and rolls in front of me. It scratches the concrete as it goes. Those scratching sounds are like nails on a chalkboard, and I wince, wishing it would pass by even faster. Instead, it takes its sweet time, mocking me, until it is finally swallowed by the desert beyond the roadway. One moment it is there, the next, it is simply gone. Somewhere ahead, I can hear the whoops and hollers of young men and women on the road, on the water. The motors of jet skis whine as the crafts cut across the water's surface. A larger speedboat, no doubt hauling a water skier, zooms across the calm surface, expelling foaming waves outward in its furious wake. I see this, yet I don't. At the same time I'm walking down this road, I am also riding in a vehicle. I occupy a passenger seat, and there is someone in the back behind me. I look over at the driver, and she smiles at me. The girl is Jill, and she looks perfectly normal, except I know better, don't I? I look forward through the windshield, and once again, I'm walking along, not a vehicle in sight. I'm getting closer. Fear begins to swell deep within me. I want to run, but I can't. No, I have to go on. I have to find the place. It's too important. I have to remember where it is. It's important for later when I escape, leave. Not far up ahead, I can see a mailbox. It looms on the horizon like a monolithic statue enduring the test of time. Just as quickly, I'm back in the expedition. I don't know how I know it's an expedition, yet at the same time I do. It's paradoxical, yes, yet it makes perfect sense. I look back at Jill again, feeling a stirring in my sense. I eagerly anticipate what is to come, but I'm also a little nervous. I've never done this before. I remember something then. Exchanged emails, correspondence, and before that, meeting at a recital. She'd been dressed in a seductive red dress, and she had absolutely loved the performance. At this point, I remember something else, but it is not the dreamer's memory that comes to mind. It is another dream, half remembered, watching as a ballerina pirouettes before an audience of decomposing corpses. I, the dreamer, she of the pirouettes, turns then and regards the person in the back seat, and I, Teddy Dormer, come face to face with my other nemesis, Noah Parkman, dreamer of the land of the invisible sun, the man of shadows himself. And it all makes sense. The correspondence, the promise of a sexual experience, all of it nothing more than a ruse to draw her out here, alone, to be collected, to be preserved. Walking again, the mailbox is The mailbox is much closer, and I start seeing flashes of promiscuous foreplay that is better left in the bedroom than in this memoir. What matters more are the numbers on the side of the mailbox. Gold metal numerals screwed into the side of the box displaying the number 139. And the expedition passes through me/her as it pulls past the mailbox and descends the slope of the driveway. I am borne along with it, along for the ride, a smile rising on my face in anticipation of what is to come next. Only then do I remember what comes after that, of waking up in that dark place. And I rise to consciousness in my own dark place, not far from the girl, yet separated by a thick, airtight steel door. She was not being held in just an ordinary room. She had been locked away in a vault. I rose to my knees, every muscle in my body screaming in protest, and pressed the palm of my good arm flat against the door, then my forehead. I closed my eyes. I saw no point in keeping them open because I couldn't see anything down here anyway. I'm going to get you out of there, I promised, my voice low and raspy. I had no idea how I was going to do it, but do it I would, and soon. I had no choice. Chapter 61. A. I put my back to the vault door and slid to the floor. All I wanted was to sleep, to rest, but despite my weariness, I felt no urge to do so. No one else was ready for sleep, so therefore I couldn't. I attempted to get my bearings, but that proved to be a difficult task. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see my own hands before me, let alone discern any features about where I was. I crawled forward, wincing as I settled onto my knees. I favored my right arm as I moved. My left arm throbbed menacingly, and I felt that, if it were an animal, wounded as it was, it would surely bite me every time I did something to send a fresh wave of pain through it. I knew I couldn't wait down here at the base of the stairs. If I had any hope of getting out of my situation, I needed to be proactive. My handcuffs and shackles still severely limited my movement. I would have to find a way to remove these chains of bondage. Even if I made it down to the lake, the last thing I wanted was to attempt my escape on open water, bound as I was. So, I don't mean to run on y'all, but I need to run to the restroom real quick. So we're going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. We're on page 272 for when I return. All right, everyone, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Sometimes these things happen, as we know. But thanks for bearing with me. We'll get right back to it here.
Bandit, that is not yours. No. No, sir, that's not yours.
All right. So we were on page 272 when I had to run away, right at the top. And that's where we're about to pick up. So I reached the first step and, still favoring my right arm, began to ascend. I moved as quietly as I could, not wanting to alarm anyone upstairs to my endeavor, but of course the shackles tended to jingle maddeningly every time I shifted or dragged the slackened portion across the wood. It didn't take too long to reach the top, but I had a heck of a time getting comfortable once I was there, especially considering I was trying not to make noise. Once I was seated on the top step, I pressed my back against the wall adjacent to the door's hinges. I didn't want to lean against the door. The last thing I needed was to go sprawling onto the floor when my captors came back and opened the door, knocking me from my perch. After I managed to get situated, and as comfortable as I was going to get, I waited. For how long, I'm not sure. When you're in the dark, shut away from the world, any sense of time ceases to work properly. Sooner or later, though, I heard movement in the room beyond. Conversation. Distantly, I heard Noah saying he was going somewhere. Where? I'm not sure. I could not accurately deduce what he said and told Jill to check on me and Emily. I hadn't heard her name before then, but I knew he was talking about the dancer they had effectively seduced and locked in the vault. Good night, Dave. There was silence, and I waited. I needed something to focus on, something to help me remain calm, so I counted the seconds quietly. Yeah. I closed my eyes and focused solely on the numbers. Sorry, a little bit of a distraction there with the doggo. 67. 68. The key slid into the doorknob. Twisted. I opened my eyes. I squinted, preparing myself for light, knowing I would only have one opportunity at this. I could not allow blindness to subdue me. The door opened, but not wide. I saw the gun aimed downward, held steady by a slender arm. I remained in the shadows a moment longer, waiting for her to move forward. The door arced open a bit more, allowing her a wider view of the dark staircase. As the light reached my shoes, I darted forward. It hurt like hell, keeping my wounded left arm out of the scuffle to the best of my ability. But I grasped her by the arm with my good hand and pulled with all my strength. Jill cried out in surprise. Jonathan, thank you for the 100 bits, sir. How are you doing tonight? Thank you for those bits. Much appreciated. Yeah, I hear you. Doing all right. It's a kind of quiet night in the stream. We've had a few people drop in, and they're lurking, and some people have had to go because of storms where they're at. So hoping that people are able to come back and just chill with me and whatnot. But all in all, just taking it easy. Where are we? Madam, welcome. We are on page 272. Actually, no, top of 273. Sorry. Yep. All it took was you showing up, dude, and then people were like, "Oh wait, mic's on." I've been on just over an hour, so went live at 8. Actually, technically, I went live at 5 till, but I had the starting soon screen on while I got things like situated. But yeah, we're at the top of 273. Hopefully, you've read that part, madam. Otherwise, we might be slightly ahead. I know you had read part of the things with, you know, Noah and whatnot on the other side, but okay, awesome, thank you. I was kind of starting to wonder because, like, I sent out a few messages to different people today, and like no one answered me, and I'm just like, is this like, is anyone getting messages on any media? You're on chapter 65, madam. Okay, so you've read this. I'm not caught up to you yet, so we're there. Yeah, no, like I've messaged like 2 or 3 people on Facebook, and I've messaged a couple people on Discord, and I'm like, you had a long day. I'm sorry. I got some things to tell you. We'll take a second. We'll get back to this because I feel like I'm gonna want a minute to like just get through the scene when the time comes. But we've had some mishaps here. Christy had a really. You're running on no sleep. Oh no, that's no bueno at all. Yeah, I didn't see you in the stream last night, so I figured that you had stuff going on. But Christy woke up in the middle of the night yesterday and thinking, hey, someone's going to be out and there's OT available. Oh, that's fair. At least you got some sleep in. And we're not to the point where you've read to. So you haven't missed anything, technically. You just missed me, like, starting to catch up. But Christy went to work at 3:30 a.m. yesterday and worked like a 13-hour shift, and then accidentally locked her keys in her car when she was like getting situated and getting ready to leave after getting to her car yesterday. And then worse, we go to check, and our car insurance that we set up for this 6-month period didn't have roadside. And like most of our money right now is tied up in like already having paid bills and having bought food and doing stuff for the wedding. And it's like we can't afford a lockout. We can't afford to have roadside come. So my mom ended up sending us money this morning so we could like have someone get us out, and we're getting added to her AAA. Because it was going to cost us way more to add it to our insurance. And our insurance is already fucking ridiculous. So, fun times. Fun times. But, yeah. That's been some of our struggle. We spent a part of the day out going to get our car and going and getting food and whatnot from the store. We're gonna have a day in together tomorrow and just focus on playing some Destiny together and having pizza and ice cream because she's just really wanting a day like that. So that's what we're gonna do. We did all the adulting today. Exactly. We need a day to just like be ourselves, and do the thing. So we're gonna get on Destiny and just shoot fuckers. And probably not do PvP, because PvP is fucking ridiculous on that game right now. We tried doing Iron Banner last week, and we noped the fuck out of that. So, but yeah. By the way, I did a Resident Evil stream last night. We went back to Resident Evil 0. Cody joined us, and Cody was trying to help us get through it. And we both rage quit it. And we skipped to Resident Evil 1 last night. So, yeah. Oops. We got to this, like, giant bat boss fight. And no. Like, it's ridiculous. It's, like, even trying to hit it with the grenade launcher, it's just like, you would hit, like, 1 out of 3 shots, and when you don't have that many shots to begin with, it's just like, no. And we didn't have any herbs left, and one of the characters was already in danger, so the one character was going in by themselves to fight this boss, and it's just like, no. It's just bad. Yeah, F in chat. So, but you know, I was like, you know what? It's Resident Evil 0. It's the prequel. It's ridiculously hard for no reason. Like, I felt like I was playing the game on hard mode, and we were playing on easy. And I'm just like, what is this? Why is this so bad? So, yeah, we're on Resident Evil 1, and playing it on easy because I'm playing it for story, because that's the type of person I am. I hate, you know, playing the same parts over and over again in a game because of the difficulty level. It just irritates me. Roguelike games are not my thing because I would get tired of doing the same thing on repeat. Those games are like insanity to me. It's just like, why are we doing the same thing over and over again? But yeah, so we'll probably do a Resident Evil stream this Friday coming up, but it probably won't go that late because I'm going to get up early Saturday morning and head to Orlando to meet up with you. Because I'd like to be at the parks like by noon, if possible, as long as there are no issues with traffic and whatnot. Of course, I say this, and there's probably going to be like a fuck ton of traffic and wrecks on the way to Orlando, and it's going to be the worst. So we'll see how it goes. But all right, I've told you all the things. We can get back to reading now, right? Is that a thing? That's a thing, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I kind of figured it's going to be busy, but like if I could do a weekday, I would. But like, especially with taking days off for the wedding, I didn't want to do like another weekday off. Plus, I already took a day off here recently for a mental health day, so I didn't have that extra time. So, but yeah, I am really just looking forward to the atmosphere and being out. It's okay if we you know, don't manage to do a lot of rides or anything, and there's a lot of rides I can't do because of my back. So we're gonna focus on the ones that we can do and have some fun and whatnot. Have you seen the new Bourne show? I have not. I haven't been to Universal since they started it. So I would love to see the new Bourne show. I want to see what they replace the Terminator show with. Yes, most definitely. We will try out the Bourne show. That sounds fantastic. All right, so we are at the top. Let's start back at the bottom of 272. I've heard good things about the Bourne show, but I don't know. I'm also kind of partial to Terminator. Like, I like both series, but I'm like, why would you get rid of Terminator? So, but I understand that Terminator is not really one of their properties, and Bourne is. So, all right, bottom of 272. The door opened, but not wide. I saw the gun aimed downward, held steady by a slender arm. I remained in the shadows a moment longer, waiting for her to move forward. The door arced open a bit more, allowing her a wider view of the dark staircase. As the light reached my shoes, I darted forward. It hurt like hell, keeping my wounded left arm out of the scuffle to the best of my ability, but I grasped her by the arm with my good hand and pulled with all my strength. Jill cried out in surprise. A muffled discharge sounded. I felt the force of the recoil in Jill's forearm as she fell forward. I kept pulling, shifting my body out over open space, and the momentum carried both of us down into the dark. I shifted as we fell, driving her beneath me, and our bodies clattered down the stairwell. Toward the bottom, she lost momentum and came to a sprawled stop, 3 steps above the landing. Landing? Landing. That's not what's in the book. That's just what came out of my fucking mouth. Landing. And I vaulted over her, falling in a heap before the vault. All I wanted was to stay there like that, to let my screaming muscles rest. But I couldn't. Wincing and groaning, I got to my knees and looked up. The light coming from upstairs was artificially induced. It was sometime after sunset. I staggered forward, shackles clanking, and settled on my knees on the second step. It was then I saw Jill's vacant, staring eyes as they regarded the space above us. Her neck was twisted at an impossible angle. Vertebrae bulged, threatening to protrude from her flesh. Whereas I felt remorse and guilt when I learned of Gerald Howe's death, I felt nothing now. I merely looked at Jill's body, feeling oddly detached from the act. I have been haunted by that detachment ever since, for it scares me that anyone can ever get used to death, especially death that he or she has caused. I patted the pockets of her jeans and located the keys in the left one. I extracted the key ring from the tight pouch, then confiscated her firearm. I probably would have tucked it into the back waistband of my pants had I possessed full movement of my arms, but instead I opted to tuck it down the front, ensuring the safety was engaged before I did so. I turned away from her body and examined the 7 keys on her ring. 1 obviously belonged to the expedition. 3 other keys would have been generic had the heads of each not been encapsulated in colored rubber: black, red, and blue. Another key featured one of these colored rubber covers as well. For some reason, that just felt weird to say. Colored rubber covers. Colored rubber covers. Blah, blah, blah. As well, this one purple, but the key looked like it fit a heavy-duty lock. The 6th and 7 keys were small and simple. I tried the first of these latter keys on my handcuffs, but it didn't match. The second did. It was a bit of a task to unlock the cuffs, and I had to twist my arms in such a way to pull it out that my gunshot wound throbbed anew. I managed to free myself of the cuffs, though, and tossed them aside. I then used the first key I tried to unlock my shackles. Once I freed my legs, I kicked them away and stretched. I moved the gun from my front waistband to the back. I cast a look up the stairs at the open door. To the left of the door, above the doorknob, I saw a light switch I had been unable to see in the dark before. I stepped above the body and went to the top of the stairs. Above the body, around the body. Sorry, I'm changing words. Hope no one minds. It's my book. Who the fuck cares? I surveyed the living room and the kitchen beyond. I could hear no sounds elsewhere in the house. I couldn't be sure, but I had a feeling, for the time being, I was alone. I knew it would have been wise to search the house, but my instincts told me my time was short. I would have to sweep the house again when I came back upstairs. My book, my powers. There. It would be wise to get a move on now and worry about the rest of the place later. I turned the light on and closed the door. The overhead bulb cast a sickly light on the stairwell. It made Jill look like a zombie waiting to reanimate the moment I moved past her. I descended the stairs once more. Jill did not try to bite me as I circled her corpse. At the vault door, I tried each key. The black key did not fit, nor did the blue. The red, however, did. I opened the door and let myself in. Chapter 62. A. I found myself in a short corridor with a utilitarian vibe. There were periodic displays off to either side, and despite the range and sometimes grotesque nature of the content, there was no special effort made to make anything look more than presentable. If this were a museum, it would have been the most visually unappealing museum in existence. There was no pizzazz. The sole attraction was the content. I limped on, briefly examining each display. In one case was a signed football and, encased in a jar of formaldehyde next to it, a severed hand. Across the corridor from the football display was a signed guitar and a long lock of blonde hair braided into a circlet around its neck. The display adjacent to the guitar featured a nude body encased in glass. It was a man in what appeared to be his 30s. Long black hair hung to past his shoulders. His flesh appeared to be baby smooth. I'm sorry, I'm like fucking up every word tonight. Smooth and unrealistically shiny. I might have mistaken him for a wax figure had I not noticed the immortalized wounds on the side of his face that no wax sculpture could have ever accurately reproduced. See, this is why I don't do my own audiobooks. Is there days like this where it's just like blah, 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 blah. So fair warning, it's probably going to keep going this way the rest of the night. I hope y'all are on board for the ride of my tongue not wanting to make the right sounds. Those staring eyes were real. Oh, the mistakes are what you're here for. Oh, well, in that case, the live experience. You want to know about live experiences? I'll tell you. I'll tell you live experiences. When I was in high school, the very first play I was in was Les Miserables. I was Jean Valjean. It was not the musical version. It was heavily edited. Like, Fantine wasn't even a prostitute in this version. Like, you could tell, like, they hacked it to bits, like, just to make it school friendly. But I was Jean Valjean. And we got to the court scene, and I skipped a page of, like, I skipped, like, a whole fucking page of script live on the first night. And we just stared at each other for a second. Like, I'd say it was a few seconds. And everyone else is just like, wait, he just skipped, like, a page. What are we supposed to do? And at first I thought they were fucking up, and then I realized it was my fault. So I improvised and was like, I just quickly ran over the scene in my mind, and I just spat out the words, I know what I did was bad. Like, there was someone in the audience who was part of the play, who was supposed to, like, stand up and be, like, an interactive part during that page I skipped. I totally skipped her. She didn't get her part. She told me later, oh no, it's fine. I'm fine with it. It's okay. I wasn't actually looking forward to doing it. I was just doing this class for a grade. But, yeah, I stumbled through the rest of the scene. Yeah, the show must go on. And most of the audience didn't catch it. Bambi was in the audience that night. She would be here if not for a storm. But she was in the audience and was reading my copy of the script and turned and looked to my mom and was like, he just skipped a whole bunch of script. But I finished the scene, went off stage, and then was just like, I fucked that up. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. My teacher, Mr. Ellington, you know, I talked to him later after the show, and he's like, no big deal. you covered it well enough. Like, most of the audience had no idea that, you made a mistake. As long as you don't break, the immersion, that's all that matters. And then, of course, what do? I break the fourth wall here, and I talk to you, the viewers, and I'm like, I fucked that up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like, I definitely did not make the same mistake the second night of the play. Um, but yeah, that was my first play, and I was the lead. Like, during casting, we were all trying out for roles, and I noticed that he very quickly like gravitated towards me to read the lines for Valjean, because he liked what I was doing with it. So at the end of like the second or third day of like tryouts for the roles, he was like, "Hey, so no one is cast yet. Um, Let me know if you want to try out for any other roles that you haven't tried out for yet." And I raised my hand and I was like, "Yeah, I'd like to try out for Javert." He's like, "Mike, you're already Valjean. Sit down." And I was like, "Fuck." What was really funny is when we were learning lines and whatnot, and prepping for the play. Like, there were several people in class who just weren't taking it seriously, and they weren't taking the time to really learn their lines and things like that. And he went off on the class one day, and he's like, "I would have half a mind to cancel this play, but Mike has been over here pacing for days through the theater, learning his freaking lines." Because that's what I would do during class. I would just walk away from everyone and like have the script and just like try to learn my lines, walking back and forth just to try to get it in my head, because I was like the biggest part of the play. And I was just like, it kind of felt good, but at the same time, I'm just like, oh God, I'm that guy who's the main reason we're going on with the show. But yeah, you're right. It was definitely textbook high school, textbook class high school too. It's not like this was the after school play. This was we're doing this for a grade play. So, like, there were a few of us who were into it, but there was quite a few who weren't. So, all right, I'm gonna get back to the book now. I'm there's plenty of stories that I could tell, obviously, but you're here for this one, so. Those staring eyes were real. One featured a starburst of blood, but the other was painfully clear. And both stared out into the infinite, blinded by the touch of death. I stopped paying much attention to the displays, although I did notice a pile of papers that was undoubtedly a manuscript in one. At the end of the macabre museum hall, I found another door that reminded me of a solitary confinement cell. A single narrow strip of window looked in. Black markings crisscrossed the interior of the reinforced glass. It's it. You love the sidebar story. Shush. Yeah, you find out things that way, right? It's like, what? Mike was Valjean? It's okay. Yeah, what's really funny is, like, I was doing stand-up comedy in Tennessee when Les Miserables came out, the one with Hugh Jackman. And I remember there were a few comics who were, like, totally shitting on Les Mis. Like, as part of their jokes when it was first hitting theaters. And I'm over here like, I'm going to see it on Christmas Day, motherfuckers. That was like my first play in high school. Of course I'm going to see it. I don't give a fuck. Don't you shit on my history. Fuck you. Okay, thanks. That's the first time someone's redeemed a sound alert since I reset it up. It played twice. Did you redeem it twice? Yeah, I'm not hearing an echo either because. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't have the. Hold on, I gotta fix that. That's not gonna fly. The sound alerts thing is not on this scene. Oops. Now it is. Now we'll actually see it pop up on the screen next time. Oh yeah, I heard it twice. Yeah. So the element was on the screen, but I had it invisible. So like I heard it, but it didn't pop up like visually. So yeah. And then and I played again. Hold on, I'm gonna move it to the top because I think it's covered by the Teddy book image. So bear with me. This is what happens when I have to fix my shit in the middle of a stream. Not realizing that I've messed something up. Move to top. There. Now we should be able to see it the next time that we have a sound redeemed. All right. Welcome back, Bambi. We were just telling stories other than Teddy. We're hanging out. Jonathan's in chat, and Madam Moonshadow's here. I have failed this city. But, hey, it's playing on the screen now. It's totally weird, though, because it plays twice. That's really weird. I think it's going to be one of those things where there's probably, like, a sound I need to add to the audio mixer, and I didn't realize it. So I'll go back and check that after the stream. So, madam, for me, it was more my history with it, why I wanted to see it. It definitely was not a perfect Les Mis by any means. Gotcha. Yeah, I noticed that lightning was starting to hit here. I heard thunder a couple of minutes ago. Oh, we're talking about Les Miserables. We were talking about the Hugh Jackman version. Because I had told the story about being in Les Mis in high school. So. My first play. So we were totally going on side stories. Like, I've been going down side stories now for a little bit. Yeah, I'll look into sound elements later. I'm glad that you're telling me that it's not working, or at least that you're not hearing it, because then that means that, hey, I need to go check this out and make sure it works. A small slide door was locked in place at waist level. It was through this I imagined Jill had been providing Emily's meals. I peered in through the window. Sitting in the far corner, bare legs brought up to her bare chest, her hair hanging in filthy dreads about her head. Emily looked like a torture victim, kept down here for weeks. It occurred to me then that she had been tortured, if not physically, but mentally. I disengaged the slide bolt on the food tray door and yanked it aside. Emily did not look up as I did this. Instead, she gripped her knees insistently, shivering. I squatted down, ignoring the pain, and called through the door to her. Emily, hold on. I'm going to get you out of there. She was hesitant, but she did look up. I caught a glimpse of the vivid blue eyes I remembered from the dream I experienced at the Comet Tail Inn. Even after the hell she'd been through, they were electric and brimming with vitality. I used the purple key to unlock the confinement cell and let myself in. I hesitated at the door, regarding Emily with unease. She'd been beaten. That I could see much more clearly now that I was in here with her. She must have attempted an escape, and recently, but she hadn't made it far before they brought her back to her cell. Her arms and ribs were covered in ugly splotches of varying degrees of discoloration, deep purples and jaundiced yellow bruising. Jesus. I swallowed, hardly able to bear the sight. The first order of business would be finding her clothes. Then I would get us both the hell out of here. I extended my good hand toward her. Come on, Emily. We need to get out of here. She looked up at me then, and I could see the state of exhaustion she was in. Was that really much of a surprise? I had robbed her of her sleep, after all. How do you know my name? She asked, her voice raw and dry. The words sounded so brittle they might have crumbled and disintegrated in the air between us had I been any farther away. You know what? If you have points, redeem a sound thing now. Let's see if that does it. I had desktop audio on mute, and that's probably why you weren't hearing anything. I'm just going to wait for it. There's some cheap ones in there, I'm pretty sure. Or I can do it. That's the thing. I have an infinite number now that I think about it. Alright, let's see here. Oh, stop minimizing. I want to test it now that... Welcome back. Do me a favor. Can you do a sound alert for me? I think I figured out what the issue was. That's fine, Bambi. Jonathan was redeeming sound bits a minute ago, and no one could hear it on the stream but me, and I think I know why. So... Anything? Did you hear it? I think that was it. Yep. All right. That's what it was. I had desktop audio on mute, and that's why you couldn't hear it. So, you can do all the things. But wait. What are we waiting for? Both were Mario. It plays twice for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Did you play John Cena? I didn't hear it. Not that time, at least. Maybe you tried playing them too close to each other and it only got one. Yeah, I didn't hear John Cena come through. I think you did them too close. It only recognized the one.
His name is John Cena.
There you go. That works.
His name is John Cena.
Okay. Three of them in a row. Okay. Madam was saying something about almost.
His name is John C.
But wait, there's echo? Let's turn that down a little bit and see if that helps matters. Because I'm not hearing an echo. I'm not sure why it would be. Alright, let's go back. Because I didn't see all your message. I saw something about it almost being in a wreck. Oh, you were nearly in a wreck on the highway today. Someone overcorrected lane drifting and hit a concrete barrier to the point they fucked up their front axle. Josh almost rear-ended them because of the burnt rubber smoke, and my lungs got irritated. People are dumb. They're so dumb. It's like, oh no. I'm not paying attention to my lane drift, and now I'm going to overcorrect and kill myself. People. Like, I'm glad you're okay. The irritant, like, still sucks. I shouldn't have anything going in the background right now. Like, yeah, everything on my desktop is muted. The only thing that I've got going is my iTunes, and it's going directly through my headset because it's not playing on the stream. I decided to just listen to like Hans Zimmer while I read, since I couldn't get the royalty-free music to work properly on the stream before. So no, I don't monitor it at all. Oh my god. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not listening to myself or anything. The only way I'm hearing myself is just from listening to myself talk, not through the actual stream or anything. Because I find it distracting to do that. Oh, I'm sure. That's irritating as fuck. I'm sure. Burnt rubber is never a good thing to inhale by any means or breathe in. Some people seem to like it. I've known a person or two who are into that, but no. Jeez. Fucking people are stupid. That's good. I actually have pants that fit now too, and they're nice, like linen pants, cloth pants. I bought 2 pairs of pants recently, mainly for the intent of using them for the wedding, because we're not wearing like traditional suits or anything, because it's going to be on the beach in Florida in the middle of fucking summer. I did. That's why I was saying people are dumb. I saw that about the old man getting run over and how it could have been you. Yeah, I totally saw that shit. And that's why I was like, fucking people. Yeah, peak summer. So we're definitely like doing like as chill as we can in terms of clothing. But I'm wearing my black ones today, and I've got khaki beige colored ones for the day of the wedding. I was originally going to do the black ones for the wedding, and then I started thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, these are nice, and they're cool. But is it wise to wear them for an extended period of time in the sun on the beach? So I got lighter ones. Murrows? What are Murrows? Mirrors? Reflectors? Rocket launchers? Wouldn't that be nice to have rocket launchers on your bicycle? Just like, you know what? I don't like any of these people around me who are in my way. Boom! And they just blow off the fucking road or your path. It's fantastic. Yeah, I had a feeling it was mirrors. Like, yeah, it'd be pretty cool, Mike. Fucking rocket launchers, sure. You know, I just now noticed that the Stream Elements avatar will actually say the, you know, what it's saying in chat, even though I've made it to where chat, it won't say what the bots say on the stream. That's just a me thing, noticing things. It's kind of nice. I can see it for quick reference and then look over and be like, oh, my bots are working. Yay. I should be way farther in this book by now. Let's fire rocket launchers up some people's asses. I just noticed. I noticed the time's been getting away from me the past little bit. We're just chatting at this point. All right, I'll stretch, and then I'm gonna get back to it. Oh, that felt good. So I've got a hydrate. I've got a slideshow on my television right now, and that like meme photo of like the one kitten cat like uppercutting the other cat just came on, and it was fucking phenomenal. It was fucking great timing. Yeah, it's because people are fucking dipshits. Absolutely. I say people are fucking dipshits, and then Jonathan's just like hype in the chat. Yes, people are dipshits. Yeah, I don't trust bike lanes. They're too fucking narrow, and people can't fucking drive. Like, it's just, it's the thing. Like, that's definitely an issue for sure. All right. We could just keep talking about how people are horrible and can't drive and are hitting people and fucking up our breathing and everything else, and talking about, you know, how horrible people are, but we'll never get anywhere with Teddy. And we're gonna finish this book tonight. Madam, I was actually given the lowdown on like what our thing is gonna be. Finish Teddy tonight. Universal Studios bachelor party next weekend, so no stream. Unless I just randomly go live with Jonathan while we're at the park, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Week after that, probably doing a Jackpot's party night on that Saturday. Week after that, I'll be at Disney World for my honeymoon. Week after that, we're starting Wake. Oh yeah, that's appropriate. No bike lanes. Yeah. No shoulders. In fact, just like, or no sidewalks. I mean, just bare shoulders that give way to grass and ditches. Yeah. I know those places. I've lived there. I know what that's like. I remember going to a school in the country of Tennessee, like backwoods, like smaller town, and I would walk to school because I lived so close that the bus refused to pick me up. And I was in 8th grade, and one of my classmates was old enough to drive. Like, motherfucker drove to school in middle school. And there was a day where... Yeah, you remember them days. This was when I was the year before Science Hill. But I was walking to school, and I had to be careful because of that guy, because there was a time when we were pretty much giving each other's like quizzes to grade, like at random, and I got his, and he totally fucking failed it. And he accused me of being responsible for his bad grade. So he threatened to run me over the next time he saw me walking to school. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? It's not my fault you failed, you dipshit. By the way, I was totally cursing at that point. Like, it was allowed in my house. So I probably would have actually said something like that. It was just like, it's not my fucking fault. I wouldn't have said it around teachers, obviously, but I totally would have said it. All right. Real story time. Side stories can wait till later. All right. We're on 277. I gotta find where I'm at again. Bear with me. How do you know my name? She asked. Alright, you're a fucking smartass, Bambi. I know I'm reading Teddy. No, I'm reading In the House of Wolves. Where in Teddy? Specificity is what I was looking for. She asked, her voice raw and dry. The words sounded so brittle, they might have crumbled and disintegrated in the air between us had I been any farther away. That's what my fiance says. I overheard them talking. She regarded me a bit longer, but her grip on her knees had relaxed somewhat. Why did they take you? I saw no reason to lie to her, but I could not tell her everything either. I stood there a moment, trying to decide how best to put it, and finally opted with, it's complicated. I guess they think I'm special to some degree. She looked from my face to my arm then, studying the wound. You pissed him off, didn't you? I nodded. She closed her eyes. I thought he was nice. I thought they were nice. I took a step toward her. I wanted to believe they were too. It's not your fault. How did you get down here? Noah threw me down the stairs after he shot me. When Jill opened the door to come down, I grabbed her. We fell down the stairs. Her neck's broken. I got her gun and out of the shackles they put me in. She's dead? I nodded again. And Noah? Still alive and kicking. That's why we've got to move now. Emily considered this, then nodded. She shakily got to her feet and reached out to me, taking my hand. Together, we turned and hurried out of there. At the base of the stairs, Emily stopped, eyes riveted by the sight of Jill's body. For a short time, she wouldn't move, refused to tear her eyes from the corpse. But then she got moving, spitting on Jill's fallen form as she followed me past her. Emily never looked back after that. Neither did I. Chapter 63, B. I followed Alcoa Highway back into Knox County. The Mazda 3 kept its distance, yet it was always there, visible in one of my side mirrors, or the rear view. As I drove, I frantically racked my brain, trying to figure out what my next move was. It was my play, and whatever Noah and the Dragon Advocate did now would be entirely dependent on my actions. I considered returning to UT Hospital as I got close to downtown. It was coming up ahead on the right in the next few minutes, but I decided against it. Although it was a public place, something told me that leading them back to Sullivan Doyle was probably the worst move I could make. It was thinking of Sullivan that presented me with the obvious choice. What if I led them back to where this all began? I checked my rearview mirror again, pinpointing the red Mazda back there, and wondered if Noah would know what I was up to. I suspected he was capable of some extrasensory perception, but that did not mean he was omnipotent. Hopefully he wasn't able to actually read my mind, because if he could, I was in serious trouble. From street to street, I made my way back toward the old Doyle residence. I second-guessed myself a couple of times, but I managed to find my way all the same. I found the house and, instead of pulling into the church parking lot, drove up the driveway and parked right about where Noah had parked his truck the day he had beaten Doyle to within an inch of his life. I was dismayed to find there were no vehicles present at the Molyneux residence. The Mazda pulled in behind me. Dread seized me, and I knew whatever came next would not be pleasant. I was making my gambit, but I had no way of knowing if it was the right move or not. The counter gambit would soon be made, and then this game of chess would be played out to the end. I got out of the Gran Torino and faced my pursuers. Noah emerged from the passenger side. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust here. As the driver extricated himself from the vehicle. The Dragon Advocate was wearing an off-duty shirt with the Notts County Sheriff's Department emblem printed on it. He rested his hand on the butt of his gun, which was holstered at his hip. None of this surprised me as much as the man's identity, however. Well, this place sure brings back memories, Noah remarked, looking in the window at the side of the house, into the room adjacent to the kitchen. It sure does, Randy Robertson said. Why don't we step inside and do a bit of reminiscing, Teddy? By the way, I'm curious, did anyone see that coming with Randy? Anyone at all? Finding out that, it's Randy who's the Dragon Advocate? I'll give it a second. I know there's a slight delay, and then, of course, typing and whatnot. Ugh. I know it now. I'm going to start reading again, and then the messages will pop up. That's how this works. That's how it always works. You weren't actually expecting Randy to show up? Yeah, that's what I figured would happen to a lot of people when they were reading. It's like, what? And the fact that he's a cop is not a good thing either. Chapter 64. B. Randy might not have pulled the gun on me outside, but I knew from experience a man would not hesitate to do so when the opportunity presented itself. Age does not change men like him. If anything, time only makes them meaner, more cunning, and more dangerous. I came close to death once before because of him. I had no intention of underestimating him now. Last time I saw him was that night in Missouri when everything went to hell at the Robertsons. Although Tennessee wasn't exactly a cross-country trip from there, I had never expected to run into him again, especially not here, of all places. I led the way inside, reaching through the busted window in order to unlock the door. Once the door was open, Noah shoved me inside. I staggered, barely kept my footing, and stumbled against a support column. The two entered in my wake, Randy being sure to close the door behind us. He moved past Noah, took me by the arm, and hissed, "Move it!" He guided me into the living room, where he ordered me to sit on what remained of a plush sofa. Abandonment had not been nice to it. Rats had claimed the house as their domain and chosen to rip the fine furniture to shreds in an effort to unceremoniously mark their territory. Resting his hand on the butt of his gun, Randy regarded me with curious satisfaction and shook his head. "Teddy goddamn Dormer," he said, and whistled. He looked at Noah. "When you said you were being followed, I had no idea it was going to be this little shit." Noah shrugged. Vermin like him have a funny way of turning up when you least expect it. He approached me then, squatting down on his haunches before me. "This is all a bit fortuitous, if you ask me. I've always wondered what would happen if I ever saw you again." I frowned. "How do you know me?" He smiled. "You don't remember." "Of course he doesn't," Randy scoffed. "He had his head too far up Miss Perfect's ass to give two shits about the rest of us." I looked at Randy, then back at Noah. "You've got me. You may as well clue me in." Noah sighed and straightened up, walking to the window. He watched his cars pass by on the street out front. When he spoke again, he cast a look over his shoulder at me. "That ain't come around much. Randy's pop didn't like for you kids to have friends. You saw me at school more often than not, although I did spend some sleepless nights across the street before you broke up the happy home." My eyes widened. I remembered him. He had been a bit overweight then, with fuller cheeks and those thick, plastic-rimmed glasses that looked like they belonged to Buddy Holly. Noah had slimmed down considerably since then, and his spectacles were wire-rimmed, minimalist compared to the days of our youth. "I remember you now," I said. "But your name wasn't Noah. It was Arnie." The name had stuck with me because it would remind me of the character in that Stephen King flick, Christine, the one with the car that comes to life and kills people. The Arnie in the movie was thinner than Noah was back then, but the glasses had been the same. He smirked. "Noah Arnold Parkman, at your service. My folks called me Arnie when I was a kid." And something else was starting to make sense. I looked at Randy's shirt again, the emblem for the sheriff's department prominent against his chest. If he had been on the force when the incident with Sullivan happened, he could have been here to make sure there was no evidence pointing to his old friend Arnie. Hell, all Noah would have had to do was call him up, and Randy could have been over here before Hank Molyneux made it home to make sure anything linking Noah to the scene of the crime was taken care of. I couldn't know for sure that Randy had been at the house before anyone else, but I trust my intuition enough to know he had a lot to do with making sure Noah stayed out of the spotlight. And as for Randy himself, how had he become a cop in the first place? That was simple too. He'd been underage when the events at the lake happened. He'd spent time in juvenile, and when he turned 18, the court sealed his records. What he'd done as a minor never impacted his life as an adult. He'd been free to join the police force. Now he was a sociopath with a gun, and he actually got paid to carry it as long as he acted like he was keeping the peace. Before I go any further, perhaps it's time I finally spill the beans about what happened at the Robertson residence that night. I've put it off long enough, but I'll make it fast, if I can. I haven't made Paul Robertson's desires for prepubescent girls a big secret. I addressed that before, but it was what I saw that fateful night that finally drove me over the edge. I slept that night like I did on any other night, feeding off the foster family around me. I'm not sure how this happened exactly, but I think that instead of feeding directly off the memories or dreams Mr. Robertson might have had, I experienced his fantasies as he acted them out. When he found he couldn't sleep for the umpteenth time, he went into the girl's room and inadvertently channeled his actions through the psychic wavelength I was receiving. Ignoring his own daughter, he went to Jessica's bed and stood above her. And when he started to do his business, I saw it through his eyes, felt it in my hands. I wish I could say Jessica resisted him, but she was a mortified little girl. Seeing her anguish, I pushed up through the veil of sleep and stomached any revulsion I felt. I'd seen enough, had enough. Paul might not have ever touched us boys, but that didn't matter to me. I was sick and tired of seeing Jessica go through it. I shared a bunk bed with Randy. He on the top bunk, me on the bottom. I liked this arrangement because I never had to pass him whenever I wanted out of bed. When I left the room that night, he had his back turned to me, facing the wall. I knew better than to think he was asleep, though. I knew better than to think he was asleep, though. I probably said that right the first time, but it just didn't feel right coming off my tongue. I went to the girls' door and peeked in. Just as I feared, Paul was in there. In the living room, I found the cordless phone between the cushions of the couch. I pressed the talk button and was about to dial 911 when a pair of strong hands turned me around and tore the phone out of my hands. I saw Randy's furious countenance the moment before he struck me across the face with the handset, and all went black. The next thing I was aware of was the cool night breeze on my skin, of the gentle rocking of the lake beneath the boat, of the brilliant pain that had blossomed across my temple, cheek, and jaw. I opened my eyes to find Randy sitting behind the wheel of his father's luxury craft, regarding me with foul distaste. He'd already killed the outboard motor. Had done so before I came to, but we must not have been here long. Perhaps it was the silence in the motor's wake that stirred me. He rose from his seat and stepped through the gap between the windshield and control panel, approaching me where I lay wrapped in chains on the bow. He had tucked one of his father's pistols into his front waistband. He squatted down before me and fixed me with his cool gaze. I am so tired of not being able to sleep because of you, he said. Really, I think I'm doing everyone a favor. I don't remember what I said, but it wasn't all that important. What I do remember is Randy pitching me over the side. The water had been so cold I exhaled explosively the moment I hit, and I sucked in foul liquid, and I reflexively drew a breath. I coughed, sputtering, wriggling, and fighting against the chains. My arms had been folded across my chest and drawn to my body, and I fought to straighten them, to push through the cold steel encircling me. I tried to kick my legs, but they were drawn together. I looked up, the surface somewhere above, illuminated only by a bloated moon in the night sky. I could make out the craft, but it was fading, and so was my vision. The darkness of the abyss was reaching up with clutching fingers, nipping at my heels, grasping my ankles, dragging me down. I wrenched one arm free. I don't know how, but I managed. My movements underwater were sluggish, but I moved as fast as I could, which didn't seem fast enough. My lungs were burning. My mouth was full of dirty lake water. My vision swam not only with the water in which I was submerged, but with lack of oxygen. The chain slackened on my body. I kicked free of the tight loops around my feet. I held onto the end of the chain as I rose, searching for the surface. The darkness was closing in on the edges of my vision. My limbs felt heavy, nearly unresponsive, yet I pushed them anyway. The moon grew brighter through the watery haze. Soon it became all I could see in my darkening vision. Distantly, I could feel, more than I could hear, the reverberations of the boat's outboard motor. All at once I achieved my miracle and broke the surface, spewing lake water from my lips and coughing. I blinked, and the entire starfield above was all I could see, still distorted from my time underwater, in the fluid, still in my eyes. I heard a shout from the boat, and the rumble of the motor came closer as Randy circled back around. He aimed straight for me, throttling the accelerator. I took the deepest breath my burning lungs could muster and dove back under, kicking desperately. I barely made it clear before the boat passed overhead. It circled back around, swerving in a tightly controlled fishtail, and the engine stopped. It began to drift on the water, closing in on me. I surfaced just beneath the curve of the starboard bow, near enough to the stern to be able to reach the lip above the outboard motor, but far enough to where I wouldn't have to worry about getting caught in the propellers if Randy started the boat's engine again. I took the length of chain I had held onto in both hands and kept it moderately slack. I waited, listening as Randy checked the water off the port side. A string of expletives was committed to the night and lost somewhere beneath the open sky. The weight of the boat shifted toward me, and I kicked softly in order to keep afloat. Randy's face appeared above me, and surprise bloomed on it. I saw the gun in his hand, and he was already starting to raise it. I burst up, brought the length of chain down against the back of his neck, and pulled with all my might. He bucked against me, but his feet slipped, and as I submerged once more, I took him with me. He fought me, punching and kicking, but I wrapped the length of chain tight around his throat. He still had a grip on the gun, and I went for it next, kicking him in the stomach even as I wrestled the weapon from him. He didn't go limp, but he sagged beneath me, struggling feebly. I planted both feet against his chest and pushed off, making a break for the surface. I climbed aboard at the stern, staggering over the rear seats as I made my way to the captain's seat. I started up the blah 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 blah. Fucking hell. I started up the outboard and immediately gunned the throttle. I turned back in time to see Randy break the surface and get sprayed by a fresh wave off the motor's churning propellers. He screamed at me, but I left him there in the middle of the lake and made for land. The rest is history. I spent a couple of minutes figuring out how to unload the gun. I had seen it done plenty of times in movies and television shows, but doing it in real life is a totally different matter. The last thing I wanted was to accidentally blow my own face off. Once the gun was unloaded, every last bullet rolling around in the floor of the swaying craft, I tied up the boat and returned to the house. Paul was sitting in the living room when I entered. I was still soaking wet and dripped water all over the hardwood floor. He regarded me with open contempt and was about to say something when he saw the gun in my hand. What in the hell? I must have looked far older than my years in that moment, for when I told him he and his son were going to jail, the fear that entered his eyes was very real. He did not question me as many adults might have. Holding him at gunpoint, I dialed 911. It was only afterward, when I handed the weapon over to him, that he realized it was unloaded. I had not been afraid of any reprisals from Paul Robertson. It was his son I was worried about. He had, after all, tried to drown me and would have shot me had I not acted first. Now here I was, 6 years later, confronted by the boy I'd left in the lake, the same boy who spent the remaining years of his youth in juvenile detention. He had gotten off easy for what he did. His father had done hard time, as he deserved. Still the dream thief? Randy asked, eyes narrowed to scrutinizing slits. He unsnapped the strap on his holster. Noah saw this, and true concern stretched itself taut across his face. What are you doing? Randy shot a sideways glance at his friend. You know what he did. I spent what were supposed to be the best years of my life in juvie, and my dad got to rot and die in prison. Believe me, Noah, he deserves this. Randy yanked his service pistol from his holster, but Noah laid a restraining hand on his wrist. Randy, this isn't the way. Let me take care of it. What? So you and your gal pal can lock him away in your little museum? Thanks, but no thanks. You've got enough souvenirs. I couldn't make heads or tails of the bit about the museum, although I did think of the manuscript Noah and Jill had taken from Sullivan and had an inkling of what Randy might mean. I could only watch as he raised the gun, my muscles tensing, readying myself to move, to flee. Randy, no! Noah shouted, but Randy didn't listen. He aimed the gun at my face, but in the penultimate moment before he was to pull the trigger, something happened. It had still been daylight outside despite the evening hour, but at that moment, it was as if the lights of the world went out, as if the sun, where a solar light bulb, God had suddenly thrown the switch on. For just like that, complete darkness consumed the house, and we were left, temporarily blind, in the dark. In the black. Sorry, I'm getting my words fucked up. I'm ruining moments. I'm sorry. It means the same thing, but in the black, it just hits better, I feel like, at that point. So, yeah, don't judge me. Don't you do it. So, madam, did you read 65, or were you just about to start 65? About to start, so I'm caught up to you now. You're probably like at the end of that chapter, like, what the fuck just happened? Chapter 65. A. The house was silent. Far too silent for my liking. I looked back to Emily and put a finger to my lips, reminding her to keep her silence. Then stepped out, sweeping the living room with the gun. The only eyes on me were the creepy stares emanating from the visage of war. The chair which I had awakened in after I was brought here was no longer in the room. I assumed it had been restored to its rightful place in the dining room around the massive Viking table. Behind me, Emily poked her head through the door, checking the room. I motioned her on, and she slipped out, each step tentative. The grace of her step put me in mind of a cautious cat, testing an iced-over pond before putting its full weight down. I tried not to look at her more than sparingly. Her body, despite the abuses she endured since coming here, was still lovely, but I did not want to take advantage of her circumstances. I was certain she had already been eye-raped at great length by her captors, both when she was a willing participant in their games and after. When I looked at her, I tried to look only at her face. I stayed clear of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake as I checked the long corridor, heading toward the front door and the other rooms. I hated the idea of checking the other wing of a house without at least first clearing these rooms, for almost every door leading in that direction was closed and could be harboring the enemy. I would have preferred doing this alone, for it was a lot easier to cover myself than both of us. That's fair. That's fair. I completely understand. I would have preferred doing this alone, for it was a lot easier to cover myself than both of us, but there was no other way around it. I swept the kitchen and hurried into the dining room. There was a den adjacent to this chamber, and I checked it as well. Clear. There was a green room also adjacent to the dining room, and through it, a door which led out onto the back landing overlooking the lake. I cleared the green room, then motioned Emily back toward the living room. I followed her back, gun aimed at the floor, and off to the side. Once again, staying clear of the windows, I circled around Emily and led her down the hallway. Jonathan, if you're there, can you ban that person? There's a bot in the chat. Can you ban them? I could probably get to it, but it might take me a second, because that's the thing. And of course, I never remember to be in mod mode myself. Okay, not a problem. It was like right above where you asked what was that. Oh, there's a bot in the channel who's like asking if I want to become famous and bullshit, and it's just like, fuck off. Those bots are a dime a dozen and they're bullshit. But I want to make sure that bot's banned so they don't come back in here under the same account. Ban. Oh, I got it done actually. I'm not used to clicking on people's names in chat to do that sort of thing. Yep, one message was deleted. I got it. We're good. I just looked down and saw that message. It was like, not in my stream. That just switched to mod view and an ad pops up. Okay. Trying to find my place again, sorry. Once again, staying clear of the windows, I circled around Emily and led her down the hallway. I eased to open the bedroom door on the right and crouched low, sweeping the room as I had seen in countless shows and movies. I even checked the closet, although I doubted Mr. Parkman would have been hiding in there. Once I was satisfied, I motioned Emily over. Go ahead and pick out something to wear, I told her. I'll finish checking the other rooms. Oh no, you're good. I completely understand, sir. She nodded, then hugged me fiercely. Be careful. I was surprised by her sudden embrace, and I slowly embraced her as well, only touching her lightly as I did so. I will. I'll be right back. She had not released me, though. What's your name? She asked. I saw no point in lying. We were both escaping captives, fellow survivors. Teddy, I said. Don't be long. I won't. She released me, and I went. Back in the hallway, I checked the kitchen from afar to ascertain no one had entered through the green room in the short time we were in the bedroom. I hadn't heard anyone. Hell, the house was as silent as a haunted house at high noon. Yet I didn't trust the preternatural silence. I suspected it harbored unspeakable horrors, and until I proved otherwise, I would not feel safe. Even then, I would not let my guard down. In the bathroom, no one graced the toilet nor hid behind the transparent shower curtain. There was another bedroom next door to the master. I swept it and found it abandoned, just like the rest of the house. The door across from it led into a garage. Since the rest of the house was empty, I also expected to find it empty, carless. I was wrong in my assumption, however, and the expedition awaited use. I extracted Jill's keys from my pocket and used the obvious one to unlock the SUV. I climbed in, inserted the key into the ignition, and tried to start the engine. It wouldn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood, raised it. I saw the problem immediately. The spark plug wires were missing. I cursed and lowered the hood back into place. I hurried back to the master bedroom, being sure to scan each room I passed to make sure Noah or a zombified Jill had not taken refuge in one of them and was currently laying in wait, expecting me to walk by. I made it back without incident and entered just as Emily pulled a shirt over her breast. It was light blue and featured a Care Bear waving from beneath a faded rainbow. Jill wasn't a big girl by any means, but the shirt nearly swallowed Emily's lithe frame. If it wasn't for the swell of her breast, she might have looked like a kid in that shirt. We in the clear? She whispered. I nodded. I found the expedition, but someone pulled the spark plugs out. We're not driving out of here. Panic threatened to take hold of her then, and I moved forward quickly, grasping her by the shoulders. Emily, we're going to get out of here, I promise. Just bear with me. She closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. nodded. What's our next move? You saw on your way in here what it was like outside. We're cut off from any major roads, aren't we? Yeah, it's at least a few miles to the main highway. And Noah would have no problem running us down if we walked out of here. I weighed our options, but I didn't see any other choice. Okay, I saw a boathouse earlier. I think that's our best bet. Emily nodded. Look, there's still a good chance Noah's around here somewhere. I seriously doubt they had another vehicle on hand. I'm pretty sure their second vehicle was destroyed last night. She looked at me quizzically, but I shook my head. Now's not the time for stories. Yeah, you're right. She looked right in my eyes as she said it, and despite what she'd been through, she was tough as nails, ready for anything. I was impressed. Something told me that if there was another confrontation looming, she would be able to hold her own. That gave me a bit more confidence to do what I needed to. Let's go, I said. From the master bedroom, through the kitchen, to the green room, we moved quickly, yet quietly. I swept each room again just to be sure, but we encountered no one else. At the back door, I hunched down, feeling a bit like blah, 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 feeling a bit like Quasimodo as I did so, and opened the door. Squatting on my haunches, I eased out of the house and into the night, checking my sightlines to ensure no one was waiting for us outside. There was no gunfire to indicate Noah's presence, and I could detect no other sign of him either. I eased out, keeping the house to my back, pistol at the ready. I winced as I crab walked sideways along the wall, keeping the gun up and ready should I have to return anyone's fire. But there were no gunshots. Once I was halfway along the house's outer wall and had still experienced no resistance, I motioned Emily out. I repressed a groan as I stood to full height. I switched the gun temporarily to my bad hand, nearly fumbling it in the process, then pressed my good hand against the small of my back and stretched. Muscles and bones popped and cracked like Rice Krispies treats, and I winced at each adjustment. Emily looked concerned. She lightly touched my arm, the good one, to get my attention, and when I turned to her, she asked, "Are you okay?" I offered her a grim smile, switching the pistol back to my right hand. I will be once I get to a hospital. We followed the path down to the boathouse. It was steep and, in places, featured steps where it would have otherwise grown a bit too severe. I was grateful for these interruptions on the slope because it felt as though my equilibrium was shot after taking the plunge down a flight of stairs not once, but twice. Of course, the steps offered their own problem. Stretching muscles that would have preferred to rest did not care much for them either. It took a couple of minutes to get down to the lake. The pier stretched about 10 feet out onto the water before joining the boathouse. At the end of the structure, the pier branched off at a 90-degree angle, forming a backward L. This 10-foot stretch of walkway would have been perfect for fishing for several people. The pier also provided access to the back side of the boathouse. The door was located in the center of the structure's back wall. I cringed as I set foot on the walkway. No matter how softly I stepped, it sounded as if I were stomping. The boardwalk swayed on the lake's surface. Gentle waves lapped at the sides of the floating structure. After the first couple of steps, I shot a look back at Emily. She offered an exasperated shrug and an expression that said it all. What can we do about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I followed the walkway around to the boathouse's entrance. I stood to one side of the door, waited for Emily to come up behind me. Her footsteps were far softer compared to mine, but then again she was barefoot. I was still wearing sneakers. One of my dogs farted. Like, that smells kind of rank. Like, it totally broke my concentration. Oh well, anyway, moving on. By the way, after I finish this chapter, I'm totally gonna go get some more water. Because I'm gonna need it. Oh, I'm pretty sure he did. He's definitely feeling out of sorts. But I think it was Bandit, because I think Rory's still in the bedroom. Christy took him in there a little bit ago. He was shivering a little bit. He's been pretty lazy today while we've been home. So, yeah, she just carried him in there to put him under the covers with her. And of course, we're not the happiest with Bandit because he ate Rory's dinner earlier. So, yeah. I turned back to her, caught her eye, and moved. What fucking word is moved? M-O-O-T-H? What the fuck, Mike? I turned back to her, caught her eye, and mouthed a count to 3 before I turned, stepped forward, and kicked the door in. Yeah, bad Bandit. He got in trouble. Wood splintered in dramatic fashion as it flew wide open, banging against the interior wall and reverberating violently through the whole structure. As I set my foot down, I centered my gravity, holding the gun steady. Standing between me and the boat was the man of the house. Noah regarded me without surprise, head slightly bowed, looking as if he had been expecting me all along. His arms in front of him, hands held above his crotch, feet set slightly apart. He didn't appear to be armed. Even before I crossed the threshold, I thought, something isn't right. All the same, I said what anyone would have said. Don't move. He didn't. Instead, he merely asked, "She's dead, isn't she?" I said nothing. I could sense Emily peering in, peeking around the corner. Noah continued, despite my silence. There was no hope for her. If I told her to leave, she would have been in an accident on the highway. Decapitated. I saw it happen like I was there. I took another step forward. I saw that, held firmly in his grasp, was a key ring. Yeah, that was totally him. I assumed it was the key to the speedboat resting in the water behind them. If I had stayed in the boat, it might have taken longer, but she would have died by night's end. We'd be right where we are now, and she would have fallen in the water, gotten her hair caught in the propeller, would have scalped her and ripped half her damn face off. Still, I said nothing, but my heart was beating faster. She broke her neck on the stairs, didn't she? I said nothing, but he must have seen something in my eyes. Of course she did. She opened the door and you were right on the other side. You waited until the opportune moment, then grabbed her. He shook his head and looked up at me. Tears spilled down his cheeks. If I had seen this ahead of time, I wouldn't have brought you here. You're cursed. A baby that can kill his own parents must be cursed. I started to shake. It was all starting to make sense. How else could he know the things he knew? Shut up, I said. He kept talking. I was going to go to Tennessee, you know. I was supposed to catch a flight out of Reno the day after you were going to be at the Desert Springs Hotel. After everything you did to the Robertsons, though, I knew I couldn't pass up that opportunity. So I canceled my flight the week before and drove to Texas. Hell, I hadn't sensed you since we were teenagers. The fact I started sensing you then had to mean something. And I knew about Wolf. I'd known about him for ages. He wasn't really worth my attention, but something told me he was worth keeping tabs on. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known he was connected to me. When I realized you were going to have that blowout, I knew we were meant to stop at the Comet Tail. that you were meant to stop there. Shut up! I demanded, taking another hesitant step forward. Would you like to know how you die? He asked. The question was asked nonchalantly, as unimportant as a drive-thru cashier asking a customer if they'd like fries with that. I've seen it, you know. Believe me, it isn't pleasant. I am not a fatalist. I believe we each make our own luck and decide our own destinies. Noah might have been psychic to some degree, but I was quite certain he couldn't read my thoughts. He could only see potential futures, and he was a slave to their outcomes. He had seen the different ways Jill would die and became convinced it was her time to go, so instead of warning her, he left her to her fate. He was a coward. Give me the keys, I said. Noah grinned, then spread his arms and held them over the edge of the walkway, over the water. Go fish, asshole. He dropped them, and I cried out in frustration, instinctually going after them. It was only when my foot tripped the wire that I realized he had baited me. Even as the keys hit the water with a faint splash, I turned my head to the left, even as Noah turned away from me and dove into the boat. Behind me, Emily shouted my name, but it was too late. Although Noah had done nothing to save his supposed beloved, he had come down here to set a trap and initiate his own endgame. There, secured in a makeshift harness consisting of several different rods and high-quality fishing line amidst the shelving on the far wall, was a flare gun. The line I had tripped ran through a pulley near floor level and up to another pulley just behind the gun. The end of the line was tied around the trigger. I saw all of this in a second. The gun discharged, and a brilliant flare shot directly at my face, filling the boathouse and my entire field of vision with blinding red light. Alright. Give me a second. I gotta go get more water. Because leaving off on cliffhangers is what I do. Just ask Christy. So, I'm back. I saw your comments, Bambi. I came back over. You probably saw that. Madam messaged me the other night and was like, Noah's an asshole. And I feel like that sentiment is deepened by what we just read. He knew Jill was going to die, and he did nothing to stop it. He just left her to die. Like, that's just proof that Noah is only in this for himself. He doesn't care about anyone else, including her. Also, I'm feeling snackish, hence the grapes. Alright, everyone still with me? I see Bambi's still here, obviously. Jonathan's still here. Alright. Time for chapter 66. B. Because, of course, coming up on the climaxes, we have to keep switching switching sides every chapter. As soon as I could move past my initial confusion, I rose from the couch and ran around its side. Behind me, Randy was cursing up a storm. He opened fire, and in the dark, the muzzle flashes came in frantic burst. A bullet whizzed by so close to my head it felt as if it parted my hair before it slammed into the wall in front of me, showering me with an expulsion of splinters. Another shot tore into the wall behind me as I rounded the corner, and I bounded down the hallway at a full sprint, knowing they would be following shortly. I didn't know what had caused the sudden onset of night, but I would worry about that after I got out of this jam alive. My eyes were still adjusting to the fresh darkness, but I could see well enough now to have an idea of where I was going. The bathroom was straight ahead. Instead of going into it, however, I could dart into the kitchen to the left, and from there, I could get outside. The basement door flew open in front of me, and I was barely able to stop before I slammed full force into it. I was buffeted by the wind, stirred by its passage. Heart pounding, I turned back, heard Randy's voice calling, "Come back here, you little shit!" I caught a hint of a silhouette at the mouth of the hallway. There was a bedroom to my immediate right, and I dove into it as he opened fire again. 2 bullets slammed into the basement door and sent it slamming back into its frame. He was already coming down the hallway. I scrambled away from the door, turning my back to it as I raced for the window. I knew I only had a couple more seconds before he'd be upon me, but I had to try. I would not simply wait for him to enter the room and open fire. I heard a footstep at the threshold. Then the door slammed shut. There was a blood-curdling scream of pain, and I turned back, listening as Randy's cry ululated throughout the house. Even in the dark, I thought I saw something on the floor just beyond the threshold that hadn't been there before. Several somethings, to be precise. Outside, I heard Noah ask, "What the hell happened?" But Randy could only scream. A fist pounded feebly against the door. I got closer to the door, squinting through the darkness to see what lay on the floor. I covered my hand in surprise when I realized what they were. 4 crudely amputated fingers, each bloody digit severed at varying points either above or below the knuckle. Cursing, Randy opened fire once more. A fresh volley of bullets pierced the door and I dove away, covering my head, waiting for the onslaught to end. Soon I heard dry clicks as Randy continued to pull the trigger even after he emptied the gun's magazine. He roared in frustration and chunked the firearm at the door. It hit with a dull thud and clattered to the floor. A loud grating squeak pierced the air. I turned to find the bedroom window had slid up on its own accord. Something had cleared the layout for me. Did I have to ask what that something was? I didn't think so. I had come back here to where all this started. Although he wasn't dead, Sullivan Doyle haunted these halls. I knew without a doubt this was all his doing. Somehow, I believe he had drawn all 3 of us into his comatose dream world. Randy was pounding on the door with both arms. I think he was using his forearms instead of his fists, though. "Open this door, goddamn you!" he shouted. I paid him no heed. I went out the window and dropped into the night beyond. Madam, are you still there? I'm assuming yes, but just calling roll call. Oh, you're in the middle of 67. You're reading ahead. I see how it is. Chapter 67. A. Remember when I entered Amanda Harper's room at the Desert Springs Hotel and commented on how I had not entered a cheap ripoff of the Saw movies? I spoke too soon. I turned away from the flare, falling backward and squeezing my eyes shut as the pyrotechnic projectile shot in front of my face. It passed close enough I felt its searing heat baking my skin. Even through closed eyes, the world was bright as the burning sun. I collapsed to the floor, covering my eyes. I barely managed to hold on to the gun, but I was defenseless. Blah. I have the book. I will not be the victim of your cliffhangers. Damn. It's like, what? He wants to go get water and get a snack? Fuck him. I'm not waiting for him. Hi, Happy Dancer. How are you doing this evening? Welcome to the channel. I am reading my novel, Teddy. We are actually working on trying to finish it up tonight. Emily ran past me. Her rapid footsteps went silent, and then I heard the splash as she dove into the water. I turned over, got to my knees, and began crawling away, shifting my weight primarily onto my right arm and only using my left hand for balance. The gunshot made it unbearable to put any weight on that arm. The blazing light from the flare was subsiding, but my eyes still hurt. I opened them only to find most of my vision was still obscured by a brilliant array of sunspots. I shook my head, blinking repeatedly, but the spots were dissipating far too slowly for my liking. I will eventually learn how to speak properly when I read. But yeah, to give you an idea, we are on page 301 of the novel, and there's about 300 and I'd say right around 337 337 pages. So we don't have far to go. Like, it definitely will not be a 5-hour stream tonight at the rate we're going. But book is about Teddy, who, in order to sleep, inadvertently steals the dreams of others, and therefore no one within a mile radius of him can sleep. And then, of course, all hell breaks loose when he goes to try to help people that are, having bad things happen to him, and he experiences their dreams. So we are in the end game now with a dual storyline and whatnot. And, yeah, things are about to get interesting, to say the least. I heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind me. I moved my head from side to side, trying to ascertain which direction Noah was coming from, but my disorientation was too great. I tried opening my eyes, but still I could see nothing in any great detail. Pain flared in my left hand as a boot crunched my appendages against the floor. I screamed, falling forward. I couldn't turn the gun on my assailant, not with him on my hand. I couldn't roll in order to aim the gun at him. Noah kicked me in the ribs and I collapsed onto my left side. The pain was dizzying and I felt nauseated. I sensed him looming over me, and then he was wrenching the gun from my grip. He lifted his boot and I slumped onto my right side, cradling my hand against my chest. With as severe as the pain was, it was certainly broken. Almost what? By the way, Happy, I don't remember if I've seen you here before, so Lu Ooming, because that's the thing. But yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, Happy, so I'm a horror novelist, obviously, with Teddy. I've been reading my works on most Saturdays lately, and I also usually play things like Dead by Daylight, the Resident Evil series, things like that. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna spoil the end of my book for you, depending on how long you stay. But definitely glad you're here. There's going to be more readings after this. Starting in August, I'll be reading the second book in this series, Wake. So it's going to be a fun time. That was Wake, out of my 3 novels. It's probably the most fun writing a book I've had. It's not necessarily my favorite of my novels, but it was the most fun I've had writing. Where the fuck was I? This is what happens. You absolutely can. In fact, hold on. That'll take you right to my Amazon page. Teddy is the first novel. Wake is the second. There's a couple of ebooks that take place between books 2 and 3 that I've got out. Those are Desynchrony and Flux. They're definitely important to the overall narrative arc that I'm going with, because I'm still working on the Damnation Saga, which this book is the first book of. You're welcome. And then the third novel is In the House of Wolves. That one works as a standalone book for the most part, but still connected because it's all set in the same universe. But yeah, I try to make things easy for people. I made a point to make that tiny URL link. That way I could just always easily type it in when the time came. I should probably do that as a command, but I never remember to do it. I sensed him looming over me, and then he was wrenching the gun from my grip. Thank you. He lifted his boot and I slumped onto my right side, cradling my hand against my chest. But as severe as the pain was, it was certainly broken. By the way, there will definitely be pauses, asides, things like that. It'll remind me at the wrong time, Bambi. It's not going to happen. I'll need to remember that, like, the next time I'm doing things for the stream in my off time. Happy Dancer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Madness. I hope you enjoy your time here. I looked up. Tears filled my eyes, but through them in the bright haze, I could see a silhouette hovering somewhere above me. Okay, you're waiting on chapter 68. Okay. It resembled an insubstantial shadow more than it did a man in the bright glare of the dying flare. I still felt an intense heat emanating from a few feet away, and I had the disquieting notion the flare had ignited a fire. "Can you see me, Teddy?" the silhouette asked. I said nothing, slowly turning my head away. The light of the flare had begun to flicker and dissipate finally, but now I could see a different flickering shade of color. Yes, it had started a fire. "This is for Jill," he said. I closed my eyes. I might not have been able to see clearly, but I did not want to see the muzzle flash. That would surely end my life. Instead of feeling the slug hit home or opening my eyes to find St. Peter looking down on me, I heard Noah scream. There was a loud punch as a bullet tore through the floor near my head, peppering the side of my face with jagged splinters. Sharp pinpoints of pain rose in my cheeks, along my temple. Noah staggered away. "You bitch!" I heard another muffled gunshot, but he must have been off the mark. I heard the bullet strike fiberglass. No scream. "Put the gun down!" Emily shouted. There was steel in her voice, lending her tone the sort of gravitas that demanded absolute compliance. Or else. I rolled over, rising onto my knees once more. I held myself up on my right hand. Between the gunshot wound and my broken hand, my left arm was entirely useless now. I blinked once, twice, thrice. The wood beneath me finally began to swim into a hazy focus. I looked up, and although I was seeing double and sometimes triple, I could see Noah. He held the gun in his right hand, but instead of raising it, he was holding his arm down at his side and bending his elbow, thus aiming in a shoot-from-the-hip stance. A harpoon pierced his right shoulder, protruding from a section of shirt that had now grown red with its blood. It looked as if the point had hit a tiny bullseye. I got 1 foot beneath me and, on unsteady legs, managed to stand. I turned around and saw that Emily was standing in the boat. She was drenched from the dive for the boat keys, but I could tell she meant business by the way she held herself. She had the harpoon gun in a two-handed grip, and the next projectile was loaded and ready to fly. The flames had engulfed a small section of the outer wall and were licking the ceiling. I shook my head to try to rid myself of the double vision. "Noah, it's over. Put down the gun." He offered me a sideways glance. "This is not how this is supposed to end," he insisted. "I don't believe in your visions. Life is what we make of it. I choose my own path. If you want to blame anyone for Jill, blame yourself." I won't say what he said then, but I will assure you it was quite nasty. He turned toward me, swiveling the gun in my direction. Emily shouted something. What? I don't remember exactly, and the harpoon discharged. Noah slipped as he pivoted toward me, and the harpoon missed him by a hair, burying its tip in the back wall of the boathouse. I ran as he opened fire. I didn't count the shots, but they all missed me. That's what matters. I jumped into the boat, but I misjudged my leap and my feet caught the back seat. I fell forward, crashed into Emily, and we both went sprawling to the floor. We lay there a moment, stunned, and then I saw Emily getting up. She said nothing, but I saw her pick the keys Noah had dropped into the drink off the floor. She went for the driver's seat, and within seconds the outboard motor came to life. She throttled the accelerator, and the boat began to pull out of the boathouse. Before it had even moved halfway out, Noah landed on the floor next to me. Chapter 68. B. As soon as I hit the ground, I was on the move, staggering at first, then bolting down the side of the house, following the neighbor's driveway to the street. I had only glanced at that house in passing, but I looked over my shoulder now and saw it again. I did not remember it looking so run down, but it looked abandoned, desolate, condemned. It looked as if the structure had shifted on its foundations. The wooden siding looked positively rotten, as if it were the home to a mutant species of super termites. The house appeared as if it might collapse one day soon. I heard Randy shouting inside. Despite the distance I was putting between us, he still sounded just as immediate and outraged as he had when I had been right on the other side of the door. He probably thought I was responsible for the brutal amputation of his fingers. Randy pounded harder on the door. Each crashing boom sounded more like a vicious kick than a feeble drubbing of forearms. Any second the door would give, then he and Noah would be on my tail. The premature night sky above drew my attention. A thousand cataclysms unfold. Oh my God, I can't read. Oh. A thousand All right, just go ahead and get the comments out of the way. I know they're coming. I just tried to read that sentence twice and still couldn't do it. A thousand cataclysms were unfolding before my very eyes as every star in the sky erupted in rapid succession. Each one blossoming into brilliant fire as each solar mass went supernova. Each igniting star looked as if it were but another domino, another sparkling to fuse as the universe succumbed to obliterating self-destruction. As I rounded the front of the house, I heard a low rumble in the distance. I slowed to a halt past one of the living room windows, turning my attention toward the source of the sound. It steadily grew louder, more immediate, as if the hounds of hell had been set loose and were now charging over the land, flattening everything in their path and leaving only desolation, destitution, and despair in their wake. The rumble grew in pitch and volume until it became a mighty roar. The ground beneath my feet shuddered, pitched, yawed as the earthquake seized the world in its terrible jaws. Wood splintered and cracked as trees were rent asunder. Next door, the neighbor's condemned house not only fell inward but imploded as the ground beneath it gave way to a horrendous chasm. A myriad of fissures extended outward from it, one arcing like a jagged lightning bolt across the front yard and through the street. The fissure widened, splitting the road several feet apart, and then the earth on the far side of the jagged rip shifted, unsettled, and began to rise up toward the sky, even as the earth on my side began to dip downward, forming a deep and growing concavity. Another fissure ran through the center of the Doyle house, and the structure began to tremble and shriek and crack. I didn't have long before this entire area gave way to the depths of the earth beneath me, and although I was certain this was a manifestation of Sullivan Doyle's overactive imagination, a dream conjured only by the strongest of vengeful psychics, I did not want to take the chance that somehow it might do what no other dream could. I didn't want it to kill me. What? You're a smartass? Why didn't anyone tell me? I thought all these years you were just being serious. I didn't realize you were a smartass. My life is a lie. Don't mind me, I'm just going to have some more grapes real quick while the world falls apart in my book. No, I didn't have fun writing this scene at all. Running once more, I rounded the other side of the house. The fissures had split into a web of deep cracks. Portions of the driveway were already tilting, shifting, disappearing into the darkness beneath. Some slopes yawned so much that gravel cascaded off of them in a series of miniature rock slides. I noticed as I began jumping from each rocky island to the next, shuddering, disintegrating precipice, that the various cracks were forming words in the earth. Proclamations such as liars and thieves and cretins that lost shape and form as they devoured more bits of earth. I love you too, Bambi. It became harder and harder to find relatively safe ground to leap to. As I looked ahead, I saw the fissures had ensnared the Mazda 3. It was listing off to one side, sliding sideways into a pit, the nearest bit of level earth already up to its driver's side window. The tire skidded a bit more, and the side of the vehicle tore into the earth. Bits of rock and dirt crunched against the door panel, which gave and crumpled under the pressure. I heard shouts from the far side of the house. They were coming. The section of earth beneath me was rising, protruding higher and higher than the sections around me. The next section of remaining earth was 3 feet ahead, theoretically making it an easy jump, but with the contours of the earth constantly shifting and giving way, I was wary of making such a leap. Not only that, but the earth was tilting downward toward the house. The foundations there had crumbled and the basement window was shattered, leaving a yawning opening into the subterranean chamber. The last thing I wanted was to land wrong and fall into the house's basement when, at any moment, the entire structure could succumb to the pits, just as the neighbor's house had. Behind me, Noah was shouting, but I couldn't understand the words through the cacophony of the fragmenting earth. I turned back, saw his strained countenance nearly beet red in fear and exertion. Randy hobbled around the corner then, extending his arm. Apparently, he had taken the time to reload the gun, for it was back in his hand. Before I could turn and jump, risk be damned, he fired, and the bullet struck home, piercing my left arm. A pained cry escaped my lips as the force of the slug spun me around. My feet slipped out from under me, and I fell from the rising island. I struck the tilting slope below, left arm beneath me, and I felt the sickening crunch as, pinned beneath my body against jutting stone, the bones in that hand splintered, fractured, broke. I screamed as I slid down the slope of the shifting terrain, through the gaping hole in the house's foundation, a shard of dislodged glass slashing at my face just above my eyebrow, drawing blood, and I fell into the darkness. So let's analyze his injuries there. Because all those injuries are pretty much fucking identical to the injuries the A-side Teddy have already fucking succumbed to. The slash above the eye, getting shot in the left arm, breaking his hand. Like, they all match. They all match. Bad shit is happening to Teddy on both sides of the split. Chapter 69, A. Of course they do. It's like it was written that way. Noah was already up and moving faster than I could by the time I managed to get my legs under me. Even as I tried to rise from my knees, he tackled me from the side, driving me against the starboard gunwale. My head struck fiberglass, and I had a vision of Noah driving a man's head into something large, something metal, over again, bashing the side of his skull in. I collapsed to the floor even as the boat banked sharply. Noah lost his footing, fell away, and slammed against the port gunwale. I was momentarily disoriented, but I was still able to brace myself against the floor so that I didn't go sliding right back into Noah. I shook away the blurred vision and saw the side of his shirt was now soaked in blood. He had wrenched the harpoon free of his shoulder, and now the open wound was bleeding freely. Even his jaw and cheek were smeared with blood, his spectacles spotted with it. He resembled a wounded survivor in a slasher flick. He was already getting back to his feet even as I pushed up from the floor, and still, I was too slow. He kicked me in the ribs, and the air rushed out of my lungs in an explosive gasp. "Come here!" he grunted as he reached down to grasp me by the shoulders. His wounded shoulder exerted hardly any pull, but even that little bit, combined with his good arm, was enough to propel me off the floor and throw me against the near gunwale. He was upon me then, his hand on my jaw, forcing me out over the water, down toward the frantic whirring of the motor. I struggled, gripping the gunwale in a desperate bid to hold on. The boat lurched, abruptly decelerating, and Noah lost his footing again, slipping away. He bashed his face against the gunwale. I saw a flash of blood, a glint of pearly white, through crimson as a tooth fell away, then another. He drew his head back, his maw awash with blood, as he screamed through broken teeth. I worked my way back over the gunwale, away from the outboard motor, and collapsed in the floor. I willed my heart to stop pounding, but I had little control over what it did just then. Emily had left her post and retrieved the harpoon gun once more. Even as Noah set upon me once again, blood drooling onto my shirt, my cheek, I took in his manic expression and realized that beneath the calm exterior I had seen since I first met the man, he truly was insane. He dragged me to my feet, his hands throttling my throat, and I struggled against him. I fought to find secure footing, put my hand to his face, knocked his glasses away, drove my thumb into his eye socket. As I did this, I pulled him closer to me, causing him to temporarily relax his grip on my throat, and I was able to take a breath. As I inhaled, I lifted my leg and kneed him in the groin. Noah gasped, spraying bloody spittle into my face, and as he sank before me, I saw Emily fire the harpoon gun. The harpoon penetrated Noah's back, but he did not scream. He hadn't the breath to scream. Instead, he grunted, his hands falling away from my throat, his legs buckling beneath him. He sagged away from me, flailing against the gunwale. I sat on the gunwale opposite him, taking long, deep breaths. I couldn't be sure, but the harpoon might have pierced his spine. If it hadn't, it had come pretty damn close. I'm certain he knew all too well what was happening to him. The end was all too near as he dragged himself over the gunwale. Feet twitching feebly behind me. He turned his head then, regarding me with lucid eyes that seemed to see not only me but some great beyond behind me. He opened his mouth as if to say something. It spelled a thick mass of teeth and blood, and dipped headfirst into the drink with a faint splash. His legs kicked up into the air, and then his feet followed him at last, down into the abyss. Chapter 70. B. Because we're not fucking stopping. we're just going to keep going. That's what we're doing here. I was in hell. I had landed on a dirt floor, and all around me the sounds of the splintering earth filled the mostly enclosed space. Broken bits of ground and concrete shifted and fell away all around me, yet my tiny island remained curiously stable. The stench that arose from the gaping pits was that of putrefaction, as if a legion of zombies was crawling limb over limb to reach the surface in a desperate bid to draw first blood. I cradled my shattered hand to my chest, clenching my jaw so tightly I wouldn't have been surprised if my teeth had burst right out of my gums. All right, Bambi, have a good night. Luckily, you're not far from the end. You're only about 20, 30 pages at most. Love you too. Have a good night. I cradled my shattered hand to my chest, clenching my jaw so tightly I wouldn't have been surprised if my teeth had burst right out of my gums. I was cold and trembling. It was an odd sensation despite the warmth, but I knew all too well I was going into shock. A few feet away, the basement's interior wall cracked, splintered, fractured, and finally disintegrated as the earth on the other side fell away, dragging bits of the concrete along with it. A bottomless chasm gaped beyond it, and in that stinking darkness lurked the depths of oblivion. I managed to sit up a little and used my good elbow to gain purchase and support myself as I kicked at the earth beneath me, propelling myself away from the yawning pit. At the far end of the basement, a cascade of gravel was dislodged on a floating island. Then shuffling feet shifted down into my field of view. At the last second, the feet leaped from the edge, and the body came flying across the precipice and landed on a nearby island inside the basement. The leaper was Randy. He took a moment to get his bearings before he lifted the gun. He took an unsteady step forward, then another. "What in the Christ is going on?" he demanded. "You know, don't you?" Wincing, I could only watch as he approached. "Are you what's causing this? Are you?" No, I wasn't. For once, I was quite certain I didn't have a hand in any of it. "Tell me, God damn you!" The far partition of the house gave way, dropping suddenly. In the midst of its sudden disintegration, I saw the Gran Torino falling amidst the broken earth. It fell quite to distance, but its descent was arrested by a sudden upheaval of displaced earth. A subterranean mountain burst through the earth's crust, driven upward by unknown means, and everything was falling sideways. Randy was thrown off his feet, the gun flying from his fingertips. He screamed, falling to his back, unable to ride out the changing terrain. I slid away from him as the earth behind me was displaced. His eyes met mine, a mixture of fear and hatred mingling as one. If he could have killed me with a mere glance, I would have been arrested by a heart attack. My Gran Torino appeared through the rocky upheaval, rolling, flipping, shedding quarter panels and fenders and expelling showers of broken glass as it went. Randy screamed the moment before it smashed into him, and then his mangled body and my precious vehicle rolled away into the cacophonous chasm. There we go. I'm getting my shit right now. Then a dark cloud rose from the depths of the earth, and for a time, all I knew was the black. I could only listen to the sounds of the crust settling around me. Finally, somewhere above, I could see the supernovas in the night sky breaking through the black soot. And as it settled, I was able to see again. I rested upon one of the few islands of rock that remained. The house that had been above me was gone, rent entirely asunder by the apocalyptic earthquake. My survival was nothing short of a miracle, impossible in reality, yet wholly probable here in the realm of dreams. I sat up, cradling my busted arm against my chest, and I waited to wake up. This dream would have to end eventually. I knew, no, I hoped, it wouldn't continue indefinitely. After all, Noah and Randy were dead. I had seen Randy crushed by my car before the ash cloud rose out of the earth and enveloped everything, and there was no way Noah could have survived the massive swath of destruction. But I was wrong. Before too long, across the barren, broken dreamscape, I saw him traversing the floating islands of mangled rock and dirt. He looked a little worse for wear, covered head to toe in the soot just as I was, but he had pulled through the devastation in one piece. I watched him come with growing trepidation. I wished he would fall and go tumbling end over end into the chasm, but I was not so lucky. Wary and shell-shocked, he finally reached my desolate stretch of land. He walked to me, staring at me through spectacles that sat crookedly on his nose, and 3 feet away he hit his knees and regarded me with utter defeat and desperation. He stared off into the distance for a long time, saying nothing. I had begun to think that perhaps his mind had come untethered, and he had slipped into a catatonic state, but he spoke at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "I saw her," he said, and looked at me. "He got her. Jesus, the son of a bitch just reached her out of the ground and grabbed her." I thought of the redhead I had seen before, Jill. I hadn't seen her except for in Sullivan's dreams, but I suppose it was possible he might have dragged her into this nightmare if he had pulled us 3 guys into it. He was, after all, our own personal Freddy Krueger, crafting his own dreamscape to hold each of us prisoner in. Out of all of us, I hoped I was the one exception. I had served well as his pawn. I didn't know if that held any true weight, but I thought this was more about vengeance than it was senseless murder. He just kept pulling, and it broke the bones right out of her. He lost his composure then and wept, tears finally spilling down his cheeks. "I couldn't do anything to help her. I could only watch." He regarded me then with soulful, sorrowful eyes. If regret alone could have earned him relief from this hell, he could have ascended to sainthood in an instant. "Randy's gone, isn't he?" I simply nodded. I saw no point in speech. There were no words for any of this. I'm the only one left then. I don't know if Noah realized it, but those words were an invocation. A single hand appeared from the chasm then and grasped the edge of the island. It was shortly followed by another hand, and then glowing blue eyes appeared over the edge of the earth. Sullivan Doyle's countenance was so pale he had turned albino. Not a hair adorned the body of his spectral form. A spindly leg, arched high, seemed to dislocate out of his hip, and his foot came down ahead of his hand. This was shortly followed by the other leg. His limbs acted independently of his body, appearing almost as if they were dismembered, but they carried him forward nonetheless. He was an impossible apparition, but my eyes could hardly comprehend what I was seeing. The dislocated mass crossed the earth quickly, limbs bending awkwardly, double-jointed. The rapid succession of limbs reached Noah with little effort. The disparate body parts matriculated then, forming one coherent body, and Sullivan's face leered over Noah's shoulder. Noah sensed him, but he could not bring himself to face the specter. His face crumpled instead, and a fresh onslaught of tears rolled down his cheeks. He closed his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." 2 hands reached out, grasped Noah by the side of the head, and snapped his neck like it was no more substantial than a twig. His face went slack, his tongue protruding grotesquely from his mouth. The hands squeezed the skull, smashing the bone inward. An effusion of gore welled into Noah's mouth, burst from his eyes and nose and ears, because I just totally read that out of order. Doyle tore the head from the body then, and already the author's legs were tearing into the rest of the man's body, ripping him limb from limb. Sullivan's 2 legs became 4, then 6, and each one was a flurry of activity, breaking every last bone in the man's body, even as it turned the fresh corpse inside out. I watched all this in a wide-eyed horror, unable to close my eyes, compelled to watch by the dreamer, for I was governed by the rules of his dreamscape. and finally the specter's multi-limbed form dragged Noah away and pulled him down into the darkness of the chasm. When I was finally able to blink, I found myself back in the basement, which was whole once more. The dream was over. Well, Noah is dead on both sides now, and so is Jill. I don't know what y'all want to say about that, but that's the thing. Dog barking. All right. Madam's like, about time. It's titled, Oh My Dog. He's dead, Jim. Dead, yeah. Very dead. Like fucking like horrific, like ripped apart, turned inside out dead. Like the first time he died, it was just like, all right, well, you got kind of fucked up with a harpoon and, you know, bashed your fucking teeth out of your skull and decided to plunge headfirst into the lake. No, second time, it's just like, no, you're getting ripped apart. Graphically. Good job. You're a fuckface. Chapter 71. A. As it turned out, we were on Lake Tahoe. Emily captained the boat for our entire journey, which consisted of about an hour of constant full throttle travel before we reached the nearest township. Sometime during that particular trek, we crossed the state line and passed from Nevada into California. Of course, once we found a place to dock, the people there, late-night partiers that looked like they belonged in the nearest fraternity house, were in for quite a nasty shock. Although it was pretty obvious Emily had been beaten, she looked like roses compared to me. Before the ambulance arrived, one of the guys showed me to the marina restroom. The facilities featured a mirror that stretched from one end of the wall to the other, and in the center of this panorama of reflected urinals and toilet stalls was a macabre sight. I had suffered contusions and lacerations galore in addition to my gunshot wound on my broken hand, which had swollen to more than double its normal size. It felt so bloated with excess fluid that if someone were to poke it with a small needle, my flesh might rupture like a balloon and cause a flood of gore to rush out. The police questioned Emily while the paramedics attended to my injuries. I was laid upon a stretcher and immobilized. Emily broke away from the investigating officer just long enough to come over, grasp my good hand, and kiss me on the cheek. "Thank you," she said, then brushed a stray lock of hair out of my eyes. "I'll see you soon." The paramedics lifted me into the back of the ambulance. I looked down the length of the stretcher, out at Emily. She waved, and then the doors were closed. B. For some time, I simply sat in the middle of that dark basement and ruminated about what I had experienced. To this day, I do not understand the mechanics of what happened, but I believe, and that is more than enough for me. Whether Sullivan Doyle used me as a conduit to draw the others into the nightmare is debatable, but I've come to think he did just that. Perhaps he crafted me as a carrier, and when I came into contact with Noah and Randy, I infected them. There is one problem with this theory. If Jill truly had been in the dream, how could I have possibly infected her? I had no contact with her, had never once seen her in the waking world. Therefore, if what Noah told me was true and he had seen Doyle drag the real Jill down into the chasm, it completely negates my theory. I was involved somehow in bringing them into the dream world. How? I have no idea, and I won't lie and say I know exactly how it happened. What perturbs me most is the aftermath. An ordinary dream has no direct physical consequences. I awoke from that dream with a gunshot wound and a shattered hand, the very same afflictions I suffered while in the midst of the dream. Perhaps a psychosomatic effect caused my body to do true harm to itself and manifesting the gunshot wound and the broken bones in my hand. This theory, while plausible, doesn't hold any weight with me either, and I'll explain why momentarily. I initially tried to leave the basement by ascending the stairs to the door across from the bedroom in which I witnessed Randy's fingers amputated by a possessed doorway. This door, however, was locked from the outside. I seem to remember seeing a slide bolt lock on the other side, so even if the doorknob had not been locked, I still would have been trapped. So I came out of that basement much like I went in, through a small ground floor window, which in the dream had been open space from where that section of the foundation had been obliterated. It was a royal pain escaping from the basement, but I managed. I knocked the glass out of the frame and, very carefully, pulled myself through. It was rough going, and it proved to be quite problematic for my injured arm, but I managed. For a while I lay in the gravel outside the broken window and stared into the afternoon sky. I might have driven myself to the hospital had a vehicle been present, but both the Mazda 3 and the Gran Torino had effectively vanished off the face of the planet. This is why the psychosomatic theory doesn't hold me in its sway. Not only had the vehicles vanished, but Noah and Randy were nowhere to be found. All of them had been lost to the non-existential chasm. I eventually reported my vehicle stolen. I know from news reports before I left Knoxville that Randy Robertson was reported missing. I don't know if a missing person report was ever filed for Noah Parkman, or his lover Jill for that matter, but I'll address that in a bit. There is still a very pressing matter that must be addressed, and I'll be getting to that very shortly. There are some things that I feel need to be shared before I reach that point, though, so bear with me. We're nearly to the end of the road, but we can't bail out just yet. Thus far, I have made a point to keep the two sides of this story separate, but I'm sure you've noticed how they share some baffling overlap. I do not call this coincidence. I've stated my opinion on coincidence already, and I'm certain you would agree these oddities and similarities are not coincidence. Still, as of yet, although I was quite aware of the doubling nature of my memories, the other half of my experiences was coming through hazy and distorted, like a distant radio frequency that the stereo just can't pull in loud and clear. Hank Molyneux was the one who found me lying in Doyle's driveway. It was he who called 911. Of course, he told the authorities he never once heard a gunshot, and although one officer gave me hell at one point accusing him of being the shooter, I eventually told the investigators I remembered nothing. However, what little bit I dealt with Mr. Molyneux told me all I needed to know about the man's character. He'd had no reason to shoot me, I reasoned, and therefore I refused to believe that it could have possibly been him. Besides, he didn't own a single firearm that matched the caliber that passed through my arm. Although no round was ever recovered, doctors and officers were able to determine by examining the wound the caliber that had done the damage to my arm. I kind of read that wrong, even though I said the words the right way. I thought the sentence went longer, and I totally fucked up how I read that. Let me do that again. Although no round was ever recovered, doctors and officers were able to determine by examining the wound the caliber that had done the damage to my arm. See, that sounds better. The slug had been a .45. I wonder if it crossed the investigating officers' minds that one of their own had been the shooter. A. Based on travel time and direction, the authorities were able to pinpoint the approximate area from which we had set out by boat. El Dorado County, California authorities contacted the Sheriff's Department in Douglas County, Nevada. It didn't take long for Douglas County to locate a residence owned by one Neil Parker. Inside, officers discovered the recently deceased Jill Chesterfield on a staircase leading down to what she and Noah had thought of as their own private museum. Beyond, they found the horrible exhibits. Meanwhile, in South Lake Tahoe, doctors were setting the bones in my left hand. For 2 days, the sheriff's department dragged the bottom of Lake Tahoe in the immediate vicinity, expanding their search farther and farther out from the Parker residence, which stood as ground zero. Late in the afternoon on the second day, they recovered the body of Noah Parkman. Despite the short time he had spent in the water, the fish had done quite a number on his body. Around the time they pulled his body out of the water, I was being fit for a cast that would extend from my hand up to my elbow. B. Although the authorities never recovered any bodies or my Gran Torino, nor did they discover the identity of my shooter, I'm sure you can figure out what UT Hospital did for me. A. The cast I selected was neon blue. For the record, I hate casts. I had been in this one less than a day and my skin was already itching. I wished I had a wire hanger I could straighten and use to slip down inside it to scratch those impossible to reach spots. Quick story. I broke my left knee when, 4 days into my summer vacation of the year after my 6th grade year. And what happened was I flew over my handlebars, and when my knee hit the road, my leg snapped sideways, and it broke my knee in 2 places. And I spent a majority of my summer that year in a full leg cast from my hip to my toes. And oh my god, it itched like a motherfucker. Like, it was horrible. Yeah, they're the fucking worst. So we used wire hangers, and we straightened those things, and I would just like dig down into my fucking cast to scratch myself, because there was no way to like address the itches that you would deal with, because like that was like several weeks of being in that cast without being able to touch my own skin. And imagine trying to shower with a full leg cast that you can't get wet. Like, we had to wrap my leg in fucking trash bags to be able to do it. It was the most frustrating. It's some of the most frustrating experiences of my life as far as trying to deal with shit. That was not normal for me. So, of course, in writing this bit about the cast, it's not nearly as bad, but it's still just like one of those situations of just like, you're gonna itch, and those itches are gonna be hard to reach because you can't fucking slide your hand inside, so you're literally just like using anything you can get down in there that's long enough to scratch. These are the little stories that you find out along the way. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you on that. But yeah, I spent several weeks in it, and they pulled me out of it. And I started walking again the week of my birthday that August. Like, I had barely been walking again when I started school. And I was still pretty weak. Like, it took a bit. And I still have problems out of that knee to this day. Weather changes, a lot of, activity can just, like, cause it to act up, whatever. So, I have arthritis in that knee already, and I'm 35, turning 36 next month. All right, Jonathan, thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you for hanging out with us. Much appreciated. Have a great night. We're almost to the end. Plus, you know how this ends. You've listened to the audiobook, which I did not read. I had somebody else do that shit and then gave him enormous hell over certain things. And he took it like a fucking champ. Alright, let's see here. The doctor said they were... Michael Mola did a pretty good job. There were some issues I had with the audiobook, but overall it was great. And I didn't have to do it, so it was fantastic. Take it easy, Jonathan. I'll talk to you again soon. The doctor said they would release me the following morning. They were still running various tests, but most of my stay was for observation. I had taken quite a beating, after all, and they wanted to make sure there were no blood clots or permanent damage they might not have caught during my initial examinations. The good news, it seemed, was that there was no permanent retinal scarring from Noah's improvised booby trap, and I had also somehow managed not to sustain a concussion. Of course, since I was just hanging out in my room, what else was there to do other than watch television? As I'm sure you can imagine, most of what I found was more of the same senseless dribble that's usually on the old boob tube. And sadly, the programming was lacking the exploits of Darkwing Duck. I am normally not a fan of the news. I feel there is too much doom and gloom that graces such programming. However, on this one occasion, I found myself watching the nightly news program, and one story in particular piqued my interest. It was a national news headline. In Knoxville, Tennessee, a police officer blocked an intersection in the downtown area and proceeded to open fire on unarmed civilians. Witnesses claimed he was screaming half the time, insisting he was already dead, over and over, like a mantra. The news program showed a security camera from one of the nearby buildings intercut with images from his cruiser's dash cam. His rampage claimed 6 lives and injured a dozen others before he finally put a service pistol in his mouth and blew his brains out. This would have been just another doom and gloom story if I hadn't recognized the officer's picture and his name from my own past. The officer was Randy Robertson. Chapter 72. B. It was as I was checking out of UT Hospital and filling out all the required paperwork that the detective interrupted me. I've stated before I believe in God, but while I remain skeptical of some of the biblical texts, I also believe there is a hell. If there are waiting rooms there, I'm quite certain the paperwork one is required to fill out are all part of the purgatorial procedures, and it is all potentially never ending. If you spend a large fraction of eternity filling out paperwork, imagine what spending the rest of eternity consumed in flames is like. So, for his interruption, I silently thanked the detective. As I followed him to a conference room, once he said the hospital staff had been nice enough to lend us, I couldn't help but wonder why he had yet to formally introduce himself. I did, however, manage to size him up before we reached our destination. He looked old enough to be a grandfather, although probably not by much. If he was 60, I would have been shocked. He barely looked 50, although he had just enough wrinkles and gray hair to indicate he was about that age. His beige duster and fedora reminded me of a costume from a hard-boiled detective film that served as a 1940s period piece. Oh, but is it? Is it? We'll talk about that later. The clothes underneath were plain, forgettable. Once in the conference room, he pulled his duster off and folded it ever so carefully, as if it were a dress jacket and he were attending a formal dinner party. He laid it over the back of a chair, picked the fedora off his crown, and set it atop the coat. Only then did he extend a hand and say, "Sorry for my rudeness. My name is Detective Blake." I took his proffered hand. I considered myself lucky I didn't break my dominant hand. "Teddy Dormer," I said, "but I assume you already know that." "Indeed." He indicated a nearby chair. "Have a seat, if you please." I did. A. It was as I was checking out of Barton Hospital and filling out the required paperwork that Emily interrupted me. I've stated before that I've said that before. Sorry, I've noticed around this point that doubling gets hard to follow and there are more overlaps. I'm omitting quite a bit, mainly because there's a lot that feels the same, redundant, and unimportant, but I'm going to push on through and finish. There isn't much left to this, but I'll relate the remainder as best I can. I took the paperwork with me and followed Emily to a set of chairs in a far corner of the lobby. I meant to sit across from her, but she made a point to sit in the chair closest to me. It wasn't right beside me, instead it was positioned at a 90-degree angle from the one in which I sat. But in many ways, I'm sure anyone would agree that this made our relation to one another much more immediate and potentially intimate. I hadn't seen Emily since I'd left for Barton in the ambulance. In all honesty, it would not have surprised me if I had never seen her again. And it is my experience I rarely see the people I have helped beyond the initial events in which we are both entangled. We normally share an extreme situation together, come out the other side alive, and part ways. "How's your hand?" she asked, making no effort to hide the way she was inspecting my encased limb. "So-so," I said. "It itches. I miss having full use of it already." B. "I sympathize," Blake said. "I played football in college, broke my knee in 2 places, and managed to tear my ACL in the process during my junior year. I spent some time in a cast as a result, and needless to say, the extent of the damage never let me play the same way again. But while the cast was on, it itched like something else. About drove me mad some days." It's like I talked about this already. I was staring off at the wall, lost in thought, and although I remember what he said, it didn't quite register he had lapsed into silence. Not only that, but there was an entire blank space in our conversation I couldn't remember. I took my seat at the conference table, that I remember for sure, but beyond that, everything had faded out and become ambient memory. I shook my head and looked at him. "I'm sorry for my wool gathering. I've been through a lot, Detective Blake. I'm still not entirely with it. Was there a reason you wanted to speak with me?" Blake smiled warmly, like a grandfather looking after his confused grandson. "Yes, there was. Look, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself out in the lobby, but I'm here in an unofficial capacity. Therefore, discretion was a bit of a necessity." "I see. And, why are you here, unofficially?" Blake opened his mouth to speak, thought about it, pressed his lips together. He considered what he was going to say for another few seconds before he actually let the words roll off his tongue. "Up until last year, I was a detective with the Knoxville Police Department. I decided a change was in order and took a position with the precinct in New Mexico. I did, however, ask a colleague of mine to keep me in the loop about particular happenings, I guess you could say." "Happenings?" "Strange cases involving the old Doyle residence." I kept my silence. When Blake saw I wasn't going to say anything, he continued. "Mr. Dormer, anything you tell me will not leave this room. On that you have my word." And still, I kept my silence. In a separate wing of this building, Sullivan Doyle lay in his own purgatory, comatose, and for all intents and purposes dead to the world. Yet he was still alive, and he harnessed an awesome power I did not want to cross. To speak of it would be to invite another visit from his now hibernating mind, and that was something I most definitely did not want. Do you have any idea what has happened there in the time since Doyle landed in this very hospital? Do you know how many lives have been drastically altered by coming into contact with that house?" Detective Blake, you'll have to excuse me for saying this, but I do not want to know." And I didn't. I had seen evidence of what the mind was truly capable of when pushed to its outer limits, when all that it had to live for was poisonous vengeance. As long as Sullivan lay in a coma, his mind would more likely than not remain forever restless, thirsty for connection with the outside world, even now that his thirst for vengeance had been satisfied. The imagination is a tool for creation. Creation leads to destruction. Destruction cycles back to creation. Without one, there cannot be the other, and reality is what we make of it. For Doyle, all he had left was his slumber and his mind, and it was reaching out, touching the world and remaking it as he saw fit. In the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 27, it reads, "So God created man in his own image." I believe there is more to it than that. We are each capable of miracles should we choose to exercise our gifts and our curses. If we are indeed made in his image, can we not also possess a limited store of abilities that God himself enjoys, such as creation? In his slumber beyond the world as we know it, was Sullivan Doyle exercising the talents that were passed down to him by God? I don't know. But I do believe we are each capable of remaking reality as we see fit. We just don't know how to do it. A. In the corner, away from the commotion, Emily leaned forward. Her hand rested on my knee, and I could feel her fingertips, faint, yet yearning, through the denim of my jeans. I noted it, but I didn't acknowledge it. "Teddy, are you okay?" A look of concern had risen on her face, and she regarded me with those lovely blue eyes once more. "Yeah," I said, and shook my head. I looked at her for a moment, trying to recall what she had said. I knew she had said something, but it was only a fragmented memory comprised of a jagged frame, filled with empty spaces. I'm sorry, I'm still not entirely with it. "It's okay," she said, and offered a smile. She gave my knee a faint squeeze. "I was asking if you knew what Parkman was talking about before you tripped the flare." "I don't know," I lied. He was obviously out of his mind. Probably believed he heard voices from God or something. "But how did he know about Jill?" I looked into her eyes then. "Emily, I'm not sure I want to know. Do you really want to consider what a maniac like that was truly capable of?" She thought about it, her gaze falling from mine. She seemed to study her hand on my knee as if she hadn't been aware of its placement until just then. "Where do we go from here?" she asked finally. I leaned down and peered up into her gaze. "You go home," I said. She kissed me. Then I suppose she did. Chapter 73. On either side of the story, I spent a bit of time in each of my respective locations. On side A, I remained in Knoxville during my recovery. Hold on. This is one of those things that slip through in editing that I know needs to be changed in a future edit. I even had it updated for the audiobook. And it was one of those things where it's gone through 2 edits since publication. Like the initial publication and then the one after it when I did the 3rd edition. And I never noticed it until like 5 years later. And then I was like, fuck! It's the worst fucking thing ever to go 5 years and then realize, oh shit, that's wrong. Late in the book. Teddy teleporting. Exactly. On side B is how it should read. I remained in Knoxville during my recovery, although I made a point to move from one side of town to the next in an effort to keep my abilities from depriving too much of the population of more than one night's sleep. I procured a rental car to allow me to get around, and I went so far as to stay in hotels outside of Knoxville. I spent a couple of nights in Maryville, then relocated to Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, and finally Gatlinburg. Every night I slept in a new place, and every night I did my best to ignore the dreamers around me. I was lucky in that I was often only assaulted by abusive husbands or cheating wives, and vice versa. And during the healing process, I was able to keep myself out of trouble. For the most part. Keep to myself and out of trouble, for the most part. On side A, it was a bit harder to keep on the move, but I managed. There, like in Tennessee, I was able to stay out of trouble, though, and I was able to recuperate. I didn't want to move on until I had mostly healed, and heal I did, and much faster than the doctors anticipated. On both sides, they projected I would be in the cast for at least 6 weeks. On both sides, the cast came off in 3. You know, I realized why that mistake's in the manuscript in the book, with side A saying side, instead of saying side B and vice versa. It's because when I initially started writing the book, I didn't know the split was going to happen. So the first, 34, 35 chapters, there was no A initially when I was writing it. I didn't add the A's and B's until after the fact. But when I was doing the second half of the book, A and B was actually flipped. The B side, I actually started writing as A because it was the first one I did after the split. And I realized in editing that was confusing as fuck. And technically, the A side should have been the story we were following from the beginning. So I switched it as a way to clarify and make it less confusing. We needed that establishment in the first half of the book. But I missed this in editing. So that's why it's fucked up, is because originally it was flipped. Gotta explain my fuck ups. All right. Chapter 74. A. Remember, I can't fucking talk. Just can't do it. It's impossible. All right. Remember Amanda Harper? About a week before the cast came off, I had the luxury of meeting her once again. I never would have guessed it from the circumstances in which I met her before, nor from the dream of her abduction, but the girl turned out to be quite the minx. As it turned out, the discovery of Noah Parkman and Jill Chesterfield's private museum made national headlines. And guess whose name got dragged into the story? Yeah, you guessed it. This entire time I'd been fighting to stay out of the news, to remain anonymous, but despite my best efforts, I was still dragged, kicking and screaming, into a brief stint in the limelight. If you're reading this, perhaps you saw the headlines, although, as you'll see before too long, I'm not entirely sure if those headlines actually happened. Amanda recognized my face on the news and tracked me down. Before it was all said and done, we were having lunch in a nice restaurant down by the lake. She paid. She absolutely insisted. It was the least she could do after what I had done for her, she said. When I saw she wouldn't take no for an answer, I begrudgingly allowed it. She, like Emily, came on to me. She tried giving me her number, but when she realized I actually didn't have a cell phone, she wrote her number on the back of a business card. She made a point to also include the name of the hotel she was staying in, as well as her room number. Did I see her, you wonder? No, I didn't. Although both she and Emily were tempting, I couldn't bring myself to do it. In Amanda's case, maybe that had a little to do with her room number. It was 139. Now, this is the chapter that gets interesting. Chapter 75. B. Once the cast was off, I caught a flight out of McGee Tyson. A. Rented a car and drove. B. To Sacramento. From there, I made my way to Stockton, where I happened across a used car lot called Automotive Carnival. The first 3 letters of Carnival were bright red, whereas the rest of the word appeared in stark black. I had seen a car at the far end of the lot that I couldn't pass up, as long as it was in good condition. A. Here, I'm sure the sign for Automotive Carnival was just the opposite. Instead of highlighting the first 3 letters of Carnival with bright red, those letters were black, and the subsequent letters were crimson. A solid black 67 SS Camaro sat at the far end of the lot. Its glossy paint job was pristine and shone radiantly under the glare of the California sun. I won't tell you what the price tag was marked, but I will tell you it was a pretty penny. I maneuvered my B rental car into the lot and parked. In no time, one of the salesmen was on his way over to me, a silly smile plastered to his face. He wore black dress slacks, a white dress shirt, and a black tie with red stripes. A red tie with black stripes. He had a mole on his right. B. Left cheek. His name was Bob, as I'm sure 75% of the used car salesmen out there are. The other 25% are undoubtedly Mikes. Bob, like any other stereotypical used car salesman, was overzealous, but I still managed to talk him down on the Camaro, although it still ended up costing me quite a bit, I won't lie. I arranged for the rental car to be returned. A. Here as well. B. And drove the Camaro off the lot. It was as I was pulling up to a red light not far from the freeway that I looked over and saw A. An identical Camaro in the next lane. Although I hadn't experienced a doubling quite like this since my time in New Mexico, shortly after the events at the Comet Tail Inn. B. Before I arrived in Knoxville. A. I saw myself behind the wheel of that other Camaro. It was almost like looking into a mirror, for my double looked equally shocked. Yet there was also a sense of knowing in his eyes, and understanding, that told me all I needed to know. He was the other I had sensed. Here was my other half, and now that our separate stories were told, here we were again, together at last, our stories now converging once more. I blinked, and the Camaro was gone. But yet that other Teddy was still there, not in the lane next to me, but behind my eyes. The memories, which had been more like white noise with infrequent bursts of clarity over the past few weeks, were suddenly whole. A part of me, as if they were a lucid dream. Ever since, the two sets of memories have waged war in my mind, but they are both equally real to me. In the days since then, I have done much research to validate one set of memories over the other, but every time I check, it seems as if there's more information to validate side A than B. And the time after that, the information I found the time before is seemingly replaced by new stories that indicate side B is the truth. I cannot decide which set of events is real, so I have decided this. They are both real. Coda. The next day, I drove up the California coast and enjoyed a view of the Pacific that countless tourists and locals enjoy on a daily basis. It's like a dream there, looking out over the sand, past the rocky islands that sometimes populate the water, beyond some of the bluffs. And that waking dream brought me a peace I hadn't felt in quite some time. There's a beachside town by the name of Scarborough Hill in Northern California, and it is there where Jessica resides. I found her house with no difficulty. Although it had been a while since I'd been there, I remembered the way without a problem. My short-term memories might have been a contradictory jumbled heap, like ingredients mixed in a blender, but the memories from before this whole ordeal were still very much intact and exquisitely sharp. I pulled my new Camaro into her driveway and sat there for a minute, staring at the front door through the windshield. I have never felt at home anywhere except here. And every time I come back, I wonder why I ever leave in the first place. Of course, the answer is obvious, but still, a man can dream of home, can't he? Finally, I got out of the Camaro and went to the front door. I rang the bell, and while I waited, I turned and looked out into the distance. Although I couldn't see the water from here, I could still hear the distant crashing of waves on the beach. I closed my eyes and smiled. The door opened. And that is Teddy. That's how it ends. So, your comment that felt like it was wrapping up almost too neatly. I assure you, it only seems that way. There's still plenty there that is unresolved. Way too much that's unresolved. And one of my rules for writing this one, like towards the end, I didn't know there was going to be a sequel. I was already thinking about it. But I wanted this one to have a definitive end. And I wanted it to seem like, you know what, he's moving on. You know, he's had this experience. You know, it's done. Maybe things are not what they seem. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just waiting for the comments. Happy Dancer's probably over here, like, especially with some of those later chapters where I started switching between A and B in mid-chapter. It's probably like, what the fuck is going on? I get the sense that there's going to be questions, and some of them I probably won't be able to answer. Not because there's not an answer, but because it's spoilers. Yeah, the second of the half is set up that way, where there's that split storyline. So that happened around chapter 35, 36, and the entire second half of the book is pretty much transitioning between the two sides. That one chapter, though, where it's like literally partial sentences between the two sides gets a little rough. But, like, it's meant to be kind of abrupt and almost borderline confusing, because it's confusing for Teddy at that point. Yeah, like, there's also the thing where it's like there's questions that aren't answered because Teddy himself doesn't know the answers, and he's the one telling the story. So, like, for instance, how did Jill show up on the B-side to get killed in the same place they were at? Like, because Teddy's theory is that he was kind of the carrier for the infection of being pulled into the dream, yet he hadn't seen Jill. So how did she end up there to get killed? Like, I have, you know, that kind of worked out in my head how that works. But it was definitely like, there were things that did tend to play out a little neatly there at the end, as you put it. And it was kind of orchestrated that way, if you think about it. It was exactly what Sullivan wanted. Alrighty, I'm going to say this. in developing Wake, the next book. Like, it's definitely its own tale. But I definitely see Teddy, the book, as being a book of actions, and then Wake being a book of consequences. I mean, Doyle's doing things behind the scenes, yes, but, you know. Oh yeah, Doyle's manipulating all the shit. It's kind of an interesting situation dealing with that character. The real question is, have we seen the last of Doyle? Like, is that particular story done? Because technically, like, he's still in a coma. He's still potentially there to cause more problems for somebody. But the way I've set things up is Teddy ends on one day, and then Wake starts literally the morning after. And Wake is the worst day of Teddy's life. Period. It is nightmare. That's cheating. That's cheating. It's like, I already know Sullivan comes back. Shut the fuck up. It's like, you can't trick me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what everyone thinks when we get to Wake, because Wake was just fun. And like Teddy, like in my head, I could see it being adapted and being like a PG-13, like, or a TV-14, like movie or show, almost. You could almost get to that if you adapt it properly. Wake is like hard R, like nightmare fuel to me. Like it was a darker book, and it was so much fun to write. I'm really looking forward to reading it on stream because it's a blast. I spend so much time talking about Teddy with people. It's going to be fun actually digging into Wake with everybody, because that it's just, like I said, it's my favorite one that I wrote in terms of like the process. Like, I think In the House of Wolves is actually my best novel of the three, overall, but Wake was the most fun to write. Happy? I was gonna ask, like, you obviously missed like the first like 3/4 of the book or so, or maybe 2/3, but I'm hoping that you enjoyed your time here tonight, and hope you will be back for the future readings and maybe some of the other streams I do, because the reading streams are definitely just a portion. Also, I want to thank those of you who are lurking, because I know there are a few of you just kind of hanging out, doing your thing. Like, I really appreciate all of you being here for this. This has been a lot of fun. I didn't know how these streams were going to go when I first started them up, and this has been great. You get to watch me flood the book and get like little anecdotes and things like that. Yeah, I kind of had a thing about this one where I was like, you know what? Just from a writing perspective, I feel like Teddy wouldn't say fuck. Like, even if fuck is said around him, he would never say it. So it was kind of a test. Like, there are some parts that are, like, fairly graphic, like Noah's death and whatnot. But this one wasn't really, like, super, like, bloody and gory. It only got the blood in some parts. So it definitely works as sort of like a borderline PG-13. Wake, I don't see how you could cut it out. Like, the material is just R-rated. Like, I kind of went into it, and once I got to a certain part, I sort of thought of it like Teddy, but hard R, as if he were like thrown into a Die Hard situation almost. Like, not Nakatomi or anything like that, but just like the sheer level of insanity he's in, and just the sheer situations he finds himself. It's just rough. Like, it was definitely one of those things where I felt like Teddy set a bar, and then Wake was very much like, all right, let's just take all of that and boom, let's have fun with this concept and see if anyone sees this coming. And I think I succeeded in doing a sequel that is unpredictable based on the first book. There's some things you could probably guess. Most of it, I'm going to assume probably not. Madam, however, I am assuming you're probably going to start it pretty soon, I'd say. And you'll probably be a good ways through it by the time we get to start reading it on stream, since it'll be August before we get back to it. By the way, I'm checking some things real quick, so bear with me. But I'm still here. I'm still checking the chat and everything else, too. Yes, I am currently writing new material. I just, literally on July 4th, I just published a poetry book called Black Tie, White News. It's the first one I've written in 8 years. I've been slowly gathering material for it throughout the years. So that's out. I'm working on a new collection of fiction called Blood Rights, which I'm hoping will be out next year. And it'll actually put Desynchrony and Flux, which are mainly available on ebook, in a print format, but it'll also have like a collection of other stories. And then I have other books, novels that are in the pipeline. And so I don't want to get into too many details yet, but I am looking at trying to get to what I consider the end of the Damnation Saga, which begins with Teddy. Because this all leads to something. I've kind of been building a mythology and a universe for a while now. And Teddy is the first published bit of that. And Wake I see as like the next big step at blowing that open. So yeah, there's more coming. There's a lot coming. There's going going to be one other book more than likely, and then I've already started work on a trilogy called The Damnation Dirge, and it is actually going to take several different plot lines from like the Teddy books and In the House of Wolves, which is my third novel, and some work that I never published that I'm finally bringing back and making canon and going to be, incorporated, and will bring these stories together to lead to the conclusion of like this arc of my mythology. So, yeah. I've got probably about 400 pages of material written for the trilogy right now, and I pretty much know where it's going and how it's going to end. So, possibly not. I want to finish Teddy for Josh first. Listening to you read will be part of our date night. Okay, fair. Which I need to get to, so I'm hopping out. You're welcome. Thank you, madam. Have a good night with Josh. Luckily, we're not going till like 1 or later tonight. So take it easy. Go do your thing. I'm actually probably going to wrap it up here in a minute. Happy, if you've got any other questions for me, definitely feel free to ask me while I'm trying to determine like who I want to raid. And then I should also be back again on Monday night with Dead by Daylight. There's a possibility I might be on tomorrow, but it's not scheduled. It would definitely be a random occurrence if I do it. And more than likely it'll be with my fiance playing Destiny 2. Because that's the game we play together when we play. So, let me see here. Okay, I know who I'm going to raid. But yeah, I want to thank you for coming in tonight, Happy. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you enjoyed the reading. I was thinking that was going to happen tonight, too. I was like, you know what? This is going to be the last portion of Teddy that I'm reading. Someone's going to totally come in and have no idea what's come before. What time are y'all using on? I am... Oh, usually on? I usually start around 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern time on my streams. I usually don't go on until after Christy's gone to bed on my normal nights. Or, until like she's winding down and whatnot, because I try to spend time with her. If we're playing together on a stream, like say tomorrow, no clue. It's totally random. It's based on what we've got going on, if we've had anything delay us, anything like that. So, but I usually have a stream schedule, a loose one at least, on the page. So like you'll see my Dead by Daylight streams, you'll see the Resident Evil streams I'm doing on Friday nights, and then you'll see the Saturday night streams, which I'll need to update for starting the next couple weeks, because I won't be on that Saturday night. I'll be at my bachelor party, and then 2 weeks from then I'll be on my honeymoon. So yeah, that's why Wake isn't getting started. We're gonna do 2 weeks from tonight. We're gonna do a Jackpot's Party pack night, and then next month we'll be starting Wake after the honeymoon. However, I will say this. I do have a Discord as well. So if you want, you can pop in there. And I'm trying to get things a little bit more active. I feel like we just do memes more than anything, and then I make my announcements. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you want to jump in there, that's a good way to kind of keep up with things as well. I hope to see you back. I'm going to go ahead and rate a friend of mine here in a moment. Her name is CC Cake. She is playing Little Nightmares. And I feel like that's an appropriate follow-up to this. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up. If you want to follow me over, I would appreciate it greatly. I'd just say when we get in there, just say Midnight Raid. And we're going to call it a night, I think. Thanks again. I will catch you all again very soon.